ready. Good luck. Good bowling.
Oh, I saw this here. Okay.
The bowlers, if someone would check in on each side of the keypad with check marks until the lane comes on, you'll see your lane on practice, and when you throw a ball, the practice time will start. Thank you. have until the end of practice to get in brackets if you choose. Thank you.
Just in your final announcement, just a reminder when to watch.
not be able to enter once you have thrown your first official ball. Also, we do have this event live streamed. So if you have anybody from home, any loved ones, friends that want to tune in, that's Boldstream TV on YouTube. Boldstream TV on YouTube. We'd like to thank you for coming out, televising the event. With that said, as your lanes are finishing up, hit the check mark and you'll be good to go straight into tournament play. Again, bowlers, the goal is to make the top 8 bracket final. Top 8. Good luck and good bowling.
A warm good evening to all of you watching from wherever you may be watching from. That is it. It's time for the double shootout. Now officially underway here at Western Bowl. Western Bowl Strike and Spare in Cincinnati, Ohio, the legendary Western Bowl. As we get set to essentially close out the opening events to officially kick off the Bradley Open weekend. 3 games of qualifying. Top 8 teams will advance. If you watch singles this morning, same format. 3 games of qualifying. Top 8 teams advance, and then we'll have a couple of matches with respect to bracket match play. Tonight we'll have those 3 games, but each team will skip a pair after each game. We've got ourselves a very cool treat. Brian Himmler, Rudy Kazamakis, Rudy Revs, and Chief bowling doubles together. They're also bowling the Bradley. Certainly to start tomorrow, of course. So if you're a fan of bowling, know a little bit of history, and even if you don't, all right, go ahead and Google Brian Himmler and Rudy Revs or Rudy Kazamakis. Briefly talked with Rudy. He actually said he hadn't been in this building in many years, a couple decades. He won the Super Hoinky in the 90s. Oh, Tyrell Ingles. Tyrell had a good Fairchild single shootout this morning. I don't think he left one of those, but man, what a way to start the night. How about Rudy Revs kicking the 9-pin out? This is on a house shot, so fun theoretically can be had. On our pair in front of us, again, 11 and 12, we do have, we basically got 7 through 18 at our disposal. On the picture-in-picture in the bottom right of your screen, that is 15 through 18. And we'll toggle back and forth also 7 through 10. This morning, the scores certainly were high. 782 was the leading qualifier. That was Andrew Carpenter, who did go on to win the tournament this morning. He defeated James Greco. James shot 300 in the first round of the bracket. after shooting 263 and having the front 9 to ensure a spot in the top 8. Those two went at it. Andrew ended up averaging 250 plus, 250 actually. What was his exact number? I wrote it down. Where was it? 250.71 for Carpenter. And 246.85 for James Greco. They ended up bowling 7 games total. Of course, the championship match is a best of 3. When we get to that point, and the quarterfinal and semifinal matches, when we get to the bracket, are single game matches. Rudy Revs. Pretty cool too. You can tell, especially, you know, everybody who understands, aware of who Rudy is, certainly who Chief is. But to have him back in this building, pretty cool to watch fans of his, you know, give him some warm embraces. Many people, of course, they haven't seen in a while, or he hasn't seen them, and vice versa. So if you joined me this morning, I correctly predicted the cut score, the top 8 number, what it was going to be. I said 698, and I think I gave it at about this time. A couple frames in just to kind of see what the scoring pace could be. And there were several who started with strings. We saw a ton of front 5, front 6s this morning out the gates in game 1. So tonight, with more bowlers on the pairs, I'm going to say 1391. 1391 is my top 8 number. I actually feel like it's going to be a little lower, but I'm going to go with 1391. And I will bask in the glory of actually correctly predicting a cut number. Over to our left, Louis Pisano, who bowled this morning. He's bowling with Darren Blomquist. Boy, that's a nice team. That's a duo that could certainly advance to the top 8. Again, next door, we got Joel Ray, Brady Adler, or Tyrell Ingalls, and Julian Salinas. Those two making a kind of a pit stop. They've got the U.S. Open upcoming. PTQ is actually on Sunday. Julian Salinas and Tyrell Ingalls both scheduled to compete in the PTQ on Sunday. Bryce Oliver is also bowling he's bowling tonight and bowling the PTQ. Those players will be headed back to, or headed to Indianapolis, I should say. Couple of front 4s. Teammates, in fact, on, let's see, that's 15 and 16 over there. It's like Tyler Slawbaugh and Al Runkle. shot from Salinas. Double 9 spare strike for him. Pretty good start for all of the players on that group. Also on 15 and 16, Chris Pollard and Kara Strong, who have started very well. Another quality team starting down on 3 and 4. Rick McCormick and Carlton Sebo Chambers. We will be able to catch them within camera range during the next 2 games. In comparison to this morning, and partly due to get more bowlers, certainly that's number one. But at least from the right-handed perspective, I see a few more players starting a little further left here tonight. $1,000, I'm sorry, $2,000. Guaranteed $1,000 for each player. The winning team. And the top 8 teams who do advance are all cash. Of course, not including bracket side pots and all of that fun stuff. Good shot there from Mr. Himmler. We got our front 6 next door as scores start to heat up a little bit. Oh, Runkle make it front 7. Well, I will say the left-handed players this morning, as well as the righties, but the lefties had a very good look, as well as the right-handers. Good team to keep an eye on. Keegan Alexander and Dawson Peterson. They are down in the 20s, so we may not see them or wouldn't see them until the finals if they advance. Brett Schroyer and Zach Groh. Zach Groh was the number 2 seed, ended up finishing in the 3rd, 4th position. So more propensity today to leave some 2-8-10 situations. Or I should say tonight. We did see that made earlier. Actually, Louis Pisano made it on this very pair, 11 and 12. Went back up. The two-handed righty went back up to make that. first game for a good portion. Well, starting to come to an end here, and we'll make a move and check out 15 through 18 here. This lefty duo. See Al Runkle here. He's got the front 7. Left side of your screen. I'll make it the front 8. Wow, coming out firing. It's out there. There's no doubt about that. Pollard. Over on 17 and 18, Lance Morris, Leonard Littleton, Craig Sherrill, and Don Hudson. Well, let's see what Al will continue to do here. Uh-oh. We got that one a little left. A little left to target. A couple of pairs with some single teams on it. Off camera, Tyrell Ingles and Julian Salinas trying to get some going. Might be Runkle and Slawbow. By the way, this morning we did have results available via tournamentbowl.com. Thanks to Phil handling scores. And I'm going to double check, but I think we're going to have those throughout. So I'm going to go ahead and drop that. That's in the chat for you. Now it's in the chat. We did have someone shoot 279 out the gates this morning. It was Josh Lewis. There were several 260 games this morning. Six pin there from Tyler. He gets the first hit there. He's in the 230s, of course, with Al, who could be in the 270s here in a moment. And that is indeed the case. Well, a good start here from the duo of Tyler Slawbaugh and Al Runkle. Seen another 270 opportunity here. Let's see. Maybe Newt McClellan. Looks like he's bowling with Dan Higgins. Boy, and Dan Higgins gets the first one in the 10th, so he's looking at 260. McClellan's looking at 270. It's light work. Back to the Chief here. Great shot.
There's a few. A lot of them will watching you.
I'm sure that you told them where we were, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know if that mattered or not.
Of course, yeah.
Oh, really?
Like, as in the bowling center.
I mean, people watching online. Really?
People want to know where, especially those who don't know, and then they see, oh, it's impressive, and they see what it is.
I need a sip.
So Runkle and Slawbaugh did shoot 275, 219 respectively. That will be 494. It's a solid start. They will not be the leaders, though. McClellan did shoot 279. And Higgins did shoot 251. So they were at 530 after the first two. And they are actually moving to 9 and 10. So we'll get a chance to see them a little closer. My number was, what did I say? 1391. That's what I'm thinking tonight. Chris McMillan, the head coach of Midway University, he's out bowling tonight. Again, just from what I can tell and see in this area, 5:30. Seems to be the best score to this point. All right, Chief takes care of that 4-pin. Seaback already looking. What'd you shoot?
246.
246, okay. He is bowling with John Gilbert. He bowled with, he's on the pair with Higgins and McClellan. That's a nice, ends up being a nice cross. Rudy gets to 211. They will skip a pair and move down to 15 and 16. $198 for Chief. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I got to say that was not on my bingo card. We're able to have call some action and watch Rudy Revs and Brian Himmler. We'll see them again tomorrow. We're going to see them again here coming up. Let's get a quick look at Carlton Sebo Chambers. He's on your left. Moved into game 2. All right, now joining me in the booth for a little bit. He's been very, very gracious with his time since I've been here, since Jason has been here. And I certainly appreciate him. And I appreciate his personality because he has made me laugh a lot. Here we welcome in Devin Stewart into the booth. And first of all, Devin, thanks for sharing some time. But really, thanks for kind of playing your part into helping bring the event here, making it certainly as successful as it can be while it is here this weekend.
Very kind words. I appreciate it. Thank you so much just for your warm regards concerning me. It's, we're a big community, and we have a lot of bright points, bright stars, great opportunities. So very happy to, as I would feel, contribute my time and energy to help make this happen this week. Thanks for having me.
So you told me you are the director of the Hoyt.
Yes.
That's a big responsibility.
Yes. Yes, we are entering our 84th season. starting our event here in April. We're super excited to welcome bowlers back to Cincinnati. The Queen City is known for a lot of really cool things, and so just being able to share the diversity that is Cincinnati with our players, with our friends, it's really cool. It's a super unique opportunity in itself, and so I definitely try not to take it for granted. It's been pretty cool so far.
I got to be honest, and I told you I hadn't been in this building certainly in more than 10 years. So, and I definitely forgot how relatively close it is to Chicago and the Chicagoland area. Right?
Yeah,
so when I looked on the map, I was like, oh, 4 hours. Okay, that's I'm a sports guy and I love baseball, and I have been to. Is it still called Great American Ballpark?
Yes.
Okay, so I've been there. And I was like, man, I got to go back again. This was, 2017, 18, last time I was, visiting and had some time to go to a game. And the 4-hour mark said, oh, well, you should probably go there more often. It's not that far. I thought it was much farther in my head after not being here for so long. What else is kind of on your to-do list? If you will, certainly this weekend, obviously, but any other events that you will have a hand in at this bowling center?
Well, we are currently working on creating some match play opportunities. We believe in bowling in all forms here at Western, and I believe I'm also speaking for Strike and Spare as well. As a company, we do offer 4 total annual tournaments. The Music City Classic, the Louisville Phillies, which Jason, director of this tournament, also has a hand in, and of course the Derby, also Louisville as well, in addition to the Hoinky Classic. And all 4 service flagship opportunities for bowlers of any skill level and style to really fall in love with bowling again, right? It's a super social sport. It's a super social game even. And so to just have really fun and unique opportunities where people could just be with those they care about, make new friends, compete at a fairly high level, and have a chance to win some money along the way. That's not a bad byproduct of what we do. In terms of what's coming on the horizon, we are reaching out and trying to put some scratch and handicap events together here at Western. I probably can't disclose at this point, but we are planning on hosting some regional tournaments, if you will, in conjunction with our local and statewide association as well. We are interested in inviting senior nationals back to Cincinnati, which was here not so long ago, and we are looking to make an active bid for events of larger sizes like the Postal. Right. So we believe that Western Bowl. Yeah, I mean we're a 68-lane center that is in the middle of the crossroads of America, and we believe that. We have a unique versatility. We can do a lot of different things here. So working together in connection with the Hoinky as opposed to working against it, we're being aggressive. We want to put some opportunities together for the bowler, and we want the bowler to experience our upgraded facility, actually. So that's been really neat, too, just seeing so much positive feedback about the center, the substantial upgrades that have been made. It's a super encouraging feeling to have, even in the early stages, right, post renovation. So it's been a wonderful time. It's a great time to be in bowling. It's a great time to be a part of what's happening here, and so enthusiastic about it, I guess you could say.
Oh, absolutely, you should be. Have you ever bowled the Bradley?
I have not. No, I've visited, even as far back as Lexington, but I have not personally bowled the Bradley myself. Okay. But I've watched my fair share, both in person and online. I'm a fan of Bowl Stream TV, just saying.
Appreciate you.
Absolutely. And so just the insight that you get to see in an event like this, it's truthfully second to none, right? Because even in, if you will, the premier scratch events, at that Premier Open scratch events, there's still an air of mystery around the Bradley that doesn't really exist with other events, which is so neat. I can tell you this just through conversation. Pattern is very tight-lipped. There are only 3 people who know it.
Right.
And the only thing I know about it is I know the 3 people. That's it. I can't tell you before tomorrow what we're going to see, right? We just know historically someone's going to be using some pretty heavy grit. We're going to see a lot of scratched bowling ball covers. We know we're going to see some length, and we're going to see some volume, right? I'm eager to see how players of this level respond to that.
My favorite viewer question every year is, what's the pattern?
Oh, yeah.
Because, and thankfully, there's generally some new viewers who catch the tournament for the first time watching it. And so, they see bowling on, which is great, and they go click, and they go, all right, we got bowling.
Yeah.
And then they see what's happening.
Absolutely.
Which probably is not a ton in the moment. And then they ask, what's the pattern? And then I always say, and then others in the chat say, there is none. It's there, but it's not, right? Because
that's right.
As you just said, only 3 people know it. It's just the Bradley pattern.
That's right.
It is what it is, and you know what you're getting into normally. Generally speaking, as Darren Blomquist almost made the Big Four in a very amusing way.
Yeah, that was pretty wild.
that might be worth clipping out just to see it almost take out the 10-pin.
Right. Yeah, it's really neat, being privy to an event like this, getting to see friends as well, near and far. There's just something so special. There's a special mystique to the event, and it keeps all of us coming back for more. It's one of the last great mysteries, really, in our competitive arena. Pattern disclosure has been an ongoing conversation at events like the USBC Open Championships, and a lot of people are advocating for that now, right? They want that sense of, if you will, transparency, and we're in a world where information is just at our fingertips. If you want to find it, you can in most cases. But I guess in a selfish sense, I like the mystery.
Okay.
I don't know. I like watching the clips here and there from the event, and seeing how the weather and the ambiance and player decisions influence what's happening. And
that weather is always underrated.
Baton Rouge was like it was like one of those weird 1990s whodunit films. There were a lot of people in the swamp. It's just crazy to me, like the sense of teamwork that's involved, right? I remember having an active conversation with my teammates at the end of game 1 and team, and my first response was, we need to move right. And they,
interesting.
And just like the diversity of responses from that conversation piece. And it's like, no, I'm pretty sure I missed right both off my hand and down lane, and it played. We should move right.
You're talking about the Open Championships, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We get a gift as bowlers, right? And that's experience and knowledge. And so as one increases, so does the other. It's really important to be able to just take like past experiences at events like the OCs. There are trends that seem to be pretty similar and consistent year to year. And if you can put the pieces together, teams can go from good to great. Right. We have our shared champions that'll be competing this weekend. I mean, we're in Cincinnati, home of Jeff Fair and Ken Abner, right? Multiple equal champions. Yeah.
That's pretty dope.
Absolutely. And, right now, Dan Higgins is competing on the low end of the building, a multi-time Eagle recipient himself.
Higgy's Aquarium.
Yes, Higgy's Aquarium. And you have players on the rise, too, who one day have a legitimate chance of hoisting an Eagle. We were just referring to Brady Adler and Jackson Stiles in the high end of the center as well, who their team is on the rise as well. I mean, it's just really cool to see such a cross-section of talent and ability. Don't quote me on this, but I think Himmler may have had at least a serious run in the early 90s at a bird, too.
I would believe that, yes.
I want to believe he actually won.
I think he was. Let's look it up. Let's make sure.
The old chief himself, bowling with Rudy Kazamakis.
Yeah, it was a great treat in game 1. They're over on 15 and 16 right now, bottom right of your screen.
Man, I'll tell you, it is so cool getting to see Rudy back out here competing again, after the break. And He's as fine as a human as he is a player. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, I think you told me it had been at least 30 years or so since he's been in the building. Yeah, not too long after he won the Super Hoinky.
Yes, Super Hoinky champion Rudy Kazimak has had that, yes. I'm curious to know this weekend how many former Super Hoinky champions there will be in the building. I mean, it's possible that
Probably
Rudy
stat
maybe.
of the weekend.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yes. You know, as far as I can remember, Rudy may be the only one here this weekend, which is a pretty cool distinction. You know, the Super, among other Megabuck tournaments of our sport, has some really cool statistics. I mean, we were talking last night, you know, the only female champion of the Super Hoinky, Tish Johnson, right? You know, Tish did some things in our sport that were just flat-footed amazing. And I don't, maybe I'm speaking selfishly as a bit of a historian myself, but I do believe she doesn't get the credit she deserves for a lot of her, not just accolades, I mean, she opened a lot of doors. So, Tish, if you're listening out there, I believe you're in Colorado these days, shout out.
She's a great person, too.
Oh, solid. Just solid human being.
Great person. Always a pleasure to see her. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see her, or I will, at the PWBA Hall of Fame in May.
Yeah, that's coming up.
She also generally bowls, or still bowls, Senior Queens, International Golden Ladies.
Yeah, she plays bowling pretty well. She plays bowling well. I like to say whenever there's like a high score, high series, you know, hey, they're putting together a stack of pins. That's a big stack. Tish has thrown her stacks over the years.
Yeah, still many believe that she is, well, without a doubt, she's one of the best bowlers of all time. That's not questioned. And you hear a lot of conversations between her and like Lita Sill with respect to lefties.
Yeah, Lita was tough. Lita was tough. Yeah, you know, and you know, I think it's often forgotten that, and not to take away from what's happening right now, but we don't talk about the ladies of the years enough and what they achieved. There were amateurs that were just equally as phenomenal. I mean, just last weekend, I had a chance to briefly catch up with someone I consider to be an idol source, Lucy Giovinco in the day, Sandelin now. And it was just so good to be able to catch up with her, you know. Great player. Great player. Even now, just great player. Just knows what to do, has feel, has touch. We figure our ladies are just as intuitive, if not more intuitive, than the guys are.
I'll tell you, I was looking at, I thought maybe we'd have a score or two. Not yet. Shout out to guy Phil. He's making his way around the building. There's a few more teams and players in the building, so that walk around is going to be a little bit longer to grab scores. But bottom right of your screen, folks, Daniel Gross has the possibility, still early at 279. Let's go to him full screen. He's bowling with Connor Ray. Open hands.
Okay. All right.
Trying to make a run. My guess here tonight for the top 8 is 1391.
Oh,
You got any guesses?
top 8, yeah. That's going to take two to hit it well. Yeah, 13. What's a really good score? That's a good play. I'm going to price this right. Let's go with $14.01. $1. Yeah, $1. I'm gonna get you by mark. I'm gonna say $14.01.
Okay.
We'll say one guy shoots 720, the other guy shoots 680 and change. You know, gets to the 1400 mark. Looks pretty good.
Okay.
Now I will say, as I was passing through the concourse, I did see, and I'm going to be a little obnoxious since we're sitting right behind them, but Higgins and McClellan, Newt McClellan, Dan Higgins, put up 530.
Yes, they did.
The first game.
I was able to write that one down.
Yeah, Newt smacked them pretty good, 270. Dan put up 251.
This is kind of like there were some similarities to singles this morning, right? And I'm sure there were more good starts down on the higher end, which I cannot see.
Oh, I feel you. Yeah.
But it does look like 3, 4, 5, and 6 seem to be a good place to start today.
Oh, yes.
There have been some scores put up on those pairs today.
Good place to start, good place to finish. Those are two very complementary pairs to how the center shows its tendencies. So if you can catch a good read on those two pairs, you definitely set up kind of nicely crossing through. Crossing through, if you will, into the center of the building for sure. Lots of interesting ball choices. I see a lot of benchmark balls. Seeing a lot of the Storm Bionic.
Is that surprising at all? Like, what are you, from your experience too, obviously being here and bowling here on the house shot specifically, you know, what balls tend to, or types of bowling balls tend to work?
Yes, so it's really interesting because I actually only get to watch the house shot.
Really?
Yes, our league that I bowl here weekly actually bowls on two, if you will, flatter in recreational patterns.
Oh, okay.
But, you know, I do watch a fair deal of league play here, and, you know, it's not much different than most centers in the Midwest. They tend to play forward. You've got to have some pretty good touch if you're going to play around the pattern. They're not overly defined and banked. However, you still have plenty of room for the ball to do the right thing. So a lot of what we're seeing tonight is pretty on par with what we will see week to week. We have Bionics out there, seeing a fair deal of benchmark balls, Venom Shocks, lots of Venom Shocks. You know, you could even get away with getting into the 250 category, danger zones, things like that. They tend to do pretty well. You know, the Alert looks superb in this building. It looks really, really good. So yeah, there's a lot of diversity. I see some Gremlin Tour X's right now in play. Those look pretty good for those who are looking to keep their angles a little tighter in the front without giving away too much. You know, it's not much different than what you see Main Street USA. Whatever you're looking for, you can find it. It just takes a little time and energy, you know.
Main Street USA.
Absolutely, the place where you can find.
I'll see you, buddy.
You too, buddy.
See you Wednesday.
Yes, sir. You have a great weekend. But yeah, Higgy here. He's in the Gremlin X. Almost got a nice little break there on the 10. That's probably considered on the cleaner end of what's been working really well here in the last few months.
Appreciate everybody tuning in. If you just joined us, you're watching Game 2 of 3 of the Doubles Shootout. It's the second event here of the day to open up the Bradley Open weekend. New venue, new location. Western Bowl Strike and Spare in Cincinnati, Ohio, home of the historic Hoinky Classic, which is still ongoing. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Got Devin Stewart, who actually is the director of the Hoinky Classic, in the booth with me here for game number 2.
What are we on, Bowl TV, Stream TV? What are we on right now?
See
Bowl Stream TV. You were there.
TV.
You were there.
Stream TV, yo. Don't follow Stream TV, because they should do it.
Yeah, starting to see some players cross the viewing area here. See Chris McMillan, coach of Midway, down in Kentucky. He's bowling on 9 and 10 at the moment. Got Rick McCormick, local celebrity. He strikes a lot.
Yeah, I've seen him a few times over the course of my life, and he does not disappoint.
Ooh.
He does not disappoint, man.
I feel like he gets bored with bowling.
Probably.
Strike, yeah. Jalen Mosley, if you're listening, you and Rick, you guys just get bored of bowling. I swear.
Yeah, he's another one. I know they were supposed to bowl together, but they unfortunately could not tonight.
Unfortunately.
But shout out to Jalen.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got some representation from the Pollard family, bowling loyalty around here. Bowling loyalty and royalty. Operators of a center just outside the city in Versailles, Indiana. Shout out to Rick and Ron. Surprised I have yet to see RJ. I thought maybe RJ would come out and maybe do the singles and doubles today. RJ, if you're listening, hello, sir.
Score has got much lower than I anticipated on 9 and 10 after 5:30 from Dan and Newt. they're trying to get all they can get. Only got one double between the both of them over there.
Standing next to my UBA teammate, Chad Roberts.
Oh, look at Chad Roberts. How about that?
How you doing, man?
That's his ball never stopped striking either.
Chad hasn't missed the pocket since 2011. I'm firmly convinced of that. He's always in play. It's you know, a technician too at that. Very, very good shot maker. Ohio definitely has its share of some elite talent. You know, we don't talk a lot about Charles Easton up in Toledo, Savannah. Golly, he strikes a lot. he's just flat out good. You don't get on a team with Bill O'Neill and, you know, the
Eagle
OC's.
winner, right?
Eagle winner, yeah. Yeah, shout out to Charlie E.
Who else, you know, from the Cincinnati area that there will be folks who may not know of or may have heard of and didn't know that they were from the area. You know what I mean?
Oh, sure. Yeah, you know, the area is so broad, right? We have the Kentucky side, south of the river, of course, Cincinnati proper, and all the surrounding areas like Miami town up through Dayton. There is just an abundance of talent around here. It's really scary how deep it is. Of course, there are you got the usuals, you know, Steve Fair, who arguably is the gold standard around here.
Yeah.
Longtime pro shop operator. Just a lot of fun. Of course, his whole family is just, the Fair family in general is just very, very, again, bowling royalty. Of course, Nancy, National Hall of Famer, titleist on the ladies tour. Their son, Jeff, has won his fair share of very, very prestigious events. Of course, again, an Eagle awardee at the OCs. Ken Abner. Don't get much better than Ken Abner. He's pretty good. I've seen that guy trick it with his hand better than most people can make ball changes. It's just it's wild to see that on a weekly basis, you know, bowling league. And you know, I'm sitting and watching. I'm like, well, Ken, you did just turn 540. What did you do here? And he just looks at me and goes, I did X, Y, and Z. And I said, thank you for reminding me how mortal I am. I am a man of unclean lips. Thank you, Kenneth. But I owe you a phone call, Kenny. I'll call you tonight. But yeah, Ken Abner. I mean, and again, there are players that perhaps have, I don't want to say have gone under the radar, but you know, are not bowling nationally as much anymore,
right,
and are still very good. Nick Vogelsen, right? We actually saw him earlier during singles.
I was going to say he bowled today.
You know, Rudy Kazamakis, no big deal. He's over here just casually checking his bag. Don Scudder.
Ooh, yep.
Yeah, Scud's still tough, man. He likes to eat my lunch in league. He likes to remind me around the second transition that left isn't always the answer. Yeah, he's still very, very, very versatile, able to trick it with his hand and really see length, right? Creates his looks very, very well. More so on the amateur side, a lot of local and statewide stuff. Rick Hayes, Slick Rick, very good player. He does a lot of his bowling now in the city proper and in Fairfield, but yeah, Rick Hayes, shout out Slick Rick. And then, of course, you got the young guns, right? Collier Pavey, Rick McCormick, as we mentioned earlier, Brady Adler, Evan Pollard, right? Kara Strong.
Yeah, she started off pretty solid.
Yeah.
She's bowling with Chris Pollard.
Yeah, Chris Pollard, I definitely would say is part of that crop. Been a strong local player for a very long time. Does his bit of traveling in our Valley region, but again, he comes from bowling royalty. You know, and of course you have players that don't bowl anymore who are just absolutely, they are as fixed in the lore as it gets, right? Obscure name from the past, some would say, but dude is an absolute menace. Dave Welledge. World Team Challenge finalist from back in the day. Dave Welledge. That guy could throw it, man. Well, he's still very good. Very, very good. I feel like my colleague Dave would be very proud of me for ripping off that little list there, you know. You know, four-time tour champion, Brian Himmler. Hey, Tracy. Runs a very successful pro shop business here in the area over at Cherry Grove, if I recall.
How far is that away?
About 35 minutes from here. Yeah, it's a little closer to universities on the east side of town. But yeah, Cincinnati is just abundant. And you will find talent everywhere. Every center has players who are just absolutely phenomenal. I mean, even now, I'm forgetting names like Jackson Styles. I mean, Collier would be appreciative of me. Shout out to Jack Wing Shack. For sure, right? And of course, his better half, Madison Ring, very good up-and-coming player. Works as hard as anybody at their craft. Very, very good player. Yeah, Cincinnati's just a very, very dense region with players who are just able, players who work hard, players who learn, they study. Not only our game, but our sport. And they just, it shows. They reap their own benefits. They've earned it. You know, so I would say my better days are behind me competitively, but I am in awe on a weekly basis of just how good our talent really is in Cincinnati. And shout out to Dayton. Dayton's equally as deep, and it's only an hour away. I mean, Dayton is crazy good with talent. Crazy good. I mean, we gotta have something to do when, you know, El Nino hits and it snows everywhere for 5 months a year, right? Absolutely. Ohio's definitely got it. Whatever it is, Ohio's got it for sure.
So I saw Higgins and McClellan shoot 409.
It looks like 409.
So they're at 9:39 for two. The scores after one game tonight are almost complete, and you can see those on Tournament Bowl. I did pin that link for you in the chat. So we mentioned, of course, Newton Dan at 5:30. Bryce Oliver and Tyler Ring also were hunted over after one.
That's a sneaky good pair.
They shot 5-16 after one. Tyler Slaubaugh and Al Runkle. We saw that one at 494. Hayden Terrace and but I don't want to mispronounce that name. I might have to ask
We'll go with
first.
Chicken of the Sea.
I have to ask first. At 486. Okay.
Oh, Carpenter and Mossberg. Man, that pair could get hot. They could get hot.
Let's see, where did they start? They started on the high end. So they're gonna be there all day for their 3 games. So we might see them. If we do, they would be in the top 8, and that's where we would see them. But Andrew won the single shootout this morning. And boy, was he pretty impressive, as was James Greg.
Oh man,
Those two went back and forth. They went at it.
Carolina guy, James Grego. He does not get his flowers. I will say that. A guy who has competed on multiple levels in our sport, and just has the no holds barred mentality, right? Gets after it, takes advantage of breaks. He understands the game on a pretty solid level. And again, if you're listening, James, credit to you as well, man. You threw it great today.
Well, I know he's not listening, but not because he doesn't want to. Right. Because he's still bowling.
Oh, is he in the field?
I saw him throw a bowling ball early.
Okay.
Early in game 1.
Love you, James. Don't hit our monitors. Thank you. You're winning enough to pay for. You're good. You're doing fine. Yeah, I remember I caught some heat from him in UVA. And I was like, there aren't many people in this world that I'm just like, I really don't want to bowl him. He's going to throw 30 at me, and I don't want to.
That's what he did today.
Look here.
He had 32 strikes across, I believe I said it was 3 1/4 games. Yeah, it was 3 1/4. He had the front 3 at the time.
Man.
He had front 9, shot 263 in game 3 to make the cut.
Yeah.
Then shot 300 in the opening match.
Sure did.
And shot 268.
That's just a reminder, boys and girls, to drink your milk and eat your veggies. You be big and strong like James. There's strikes aplenty.
Man, yeah, he was phenomenal, and but Andrew was just that much better.
Just enough, yeah, just enough. Both players just absolutely threw it so good today.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say Andrew Carpenter being a local guy. We see him our fair deal, and man, he's just another one. I mean, just good. Just good.
He looked pretty young. You know, approximately how old is?
Andrew Carpenter should still be in college.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe I want to say he attends Xavier.
Good
To
school.
be exact. Yeah. The best school in Cincinnati, not known as the University of Cincinnati. That's what I'd say.
I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by players who become that good. How like I'm curious now what his background is. He's not bowling collegiately, and he still could be. I don't know if Xavier has a club team. They certainly might.
They could.
But now I'm interested in so much. It's majoring it.
Yes, I mean, you really look at his game like top to bottom. It's very fundamentally sound. You can see where, if there is room to be missed, that his game with the early space creation, just his ability to remain balanced through his delivery, he puts himself in position to win. And that's what you want as an athlete. You want every opportunity to be positioned to do the right thing with a high level. It's a very good game. Very good game. Yeah, I'm a bit curious to wonder if he is competing collegiately. But nonetheless, throws it absolutely great. Throws it great. His brother Ian does too. I'm not sure if Ian's bowling this weekend, but yeah. He every once in a while bowls. Actually, I think he may be a regular player in our Friday Mixed League on the other end of the house. Yeah, both brothers throw it very, very good. Very good.
So does Carlton Sebo Chambers. Shout out.
Yeah.
See Sebo.
Absolutely. Still throws it great. I've always admired his ability to make very strong decisions in the clutch. He is so good when it matters. It's very good to see him here. Bowling this weekend. I just caught Julian Salinas, I'm sorry, in the corner of our viewing area. I think he just made the transition to the next game, but I mean, he's another one, man. Just a guy that knows how to will himself to win.
Almost all of the squads, it looks like, are just about updated, unless there are some. Listen, we got 35 on the roster that I have. 31 teams have been updated with scores. They might be a little closer than you imagine. I'm still taking 1391, but that second game transition.
Yeah,
Boy, it hit a few more teams than I was certainly expecting.
with a stick. Oh my lord.
Well, some low scores in game 2.
I feel like I may have breached color commentary there with a stick. Rick Allen, if you're listening, do not use that on a telecast, okay? I'm coming there. I'm coming for you with a stick. But I will say, a dark horse pairing here for sure. Jackson Styles and Rick Carroll.
Okay.
Rick is
He bowled this morning.
sneaky good.
bowled this morning.
Sneaky good. Yeah.
He threw the back 5 to have to force Tyrell Ingles
Oh, yeah.
to at least mark. And he left the 2-4-5-7 to Tyrell and made it. I don't think that's a spare you would love to shoot in that situation, but he aced it. But Rick put himself in a position and truly forced Tyrell to have to mark.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sneaky good indeed.
Yes, and they both placed top 8 as well this afternoon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's I tell you what, every great team needs a guy who just again understands how to will themselves into a winning position. I would think Rick Carroll does that as good as anybody. Pretty good guy out of the greater Louisville area. Yeah, he's solid. Does some good tournament bowling with Trent Marner. Very good left-handed player himself.
Doubles tonight. We had singles this morning. Excuse me. And then tomorrow morning, Saturday morning, at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we will officially kick off the Bradley Open proper, where you won't see much hook if you're unfamiliar with with the Bradley Open. I was saying this morning, there's been a couple of years in recent years where you can get just a little bit of hook off the gutter.
Yeah.
At executive, and there's some really good, obviously, gutter players out there who were able to kind of exploit that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We'll see. I'm interested to see how things go at a completely different center, because everyone is starting from a different level, which is even from the aspect of understanding house characteristics. I guess everyone is not starting that way. If you bowl here, then you understand the house characteristics. But
For sure.
how those characteristics match up with the Bradley Open lane condition
Going to be the
challenge, of course.
Absolutely, absolutely. It'll be really interesting to see such a variety of approaches to the pattern, just different strategies. While a couple of them will remain very consistent among the field, and I can't tell you how excited I am to be a part of this weekend and to be able to watch it yet again. It's pretty cool.
For those watching tonight, and if you're nearby your phone or your computer and you feel like typing in a few words, curious, let us know where you're watching tonight. All right, so starting to see a couple more strings. 9 and 10 looked like it was not going to be great, and it has turned into a solid pair. Same thing with 7 and 8. Couple players trying to make runs and get their teams into the top 8. It's making that 1391 look pretty doable.
Yeah, looks like Scholler was playing him kind of up and at him a bit, not giving the pocket away very much. I'd say that's a pretty good play. Dayton guy, he definitely knows how to get his strikes as well. If I recall, he bowls with the five frames guys, Brad Bridges and James Tucker and Kyle Cook. They do some pretty cool, or 5 frames. Oh, they call it something really cool. But forgive my slaughtering of that, guys. But it is definitely, it's good TV for sure. Good TV for sure.
Where can we find this?
They share it on Facebook.
Okay.
Usually, if you're friends with any of the guys, they do share it. If I recall, I think Doug Moss may be on that team as well. If I recall, it's Moss, Bridges, Brad Bigelow, or not Brad Bigelow, AJ Bigelow, lefty, Scholler, Kyle Cook, and Jimmy Tucker. A bit of Dayton. Oh, and Tyler Stegmuller. Very good smattering of Dayton royalty and celebrity there for sure. Those guys can bowl. Hey, Rick.
Oh, pardon me, on the sniffle.
Looks like he kind of came out of the first transition a little, not lost, just looking for something a bit better. So I was kind of curious to see what he decided on.
Well, if there's one thing, and this is why it's a shootout, right? It's 3 games. So obviously it pays to get off to a good start in a 3-game event. Hopefully don't get caught up in too much transition. You know, the transition is a little faster than it was certainly this morning. There's more bowlers on the pair. And then to try to get back at it, but I'm seeing more strings. This looks now more like game 1.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's, you know, traditional, if you will, house shot strategy, right? You want something that goes predominantly forward. If you can figure out a way to stay forward, you know, keep the angles a little slim, and a lot of ball just to do the right thing. You know, you're going to, generally speaking, be in pretty good shape. I think a lot of players do get into trouble when they try to create very steep angles, right? Because at that point you're accepting the exchange, right? The ball is losing a little bit of trajectory and energy, right? But you know, some players have figured out how to mitigate that. But you know, not unlike most house shots in America, ours definitely does reward the ability to go forward. And so there are some players that look like they've started to figure that out. And it seems like those are the ones that are starting to string a bit more here in Game 3. But the guys who are still trying to go around it a little bit, a little steeper, those are the guys who are right now just, I wouldn't say struggling, but they're not scoring as efficiently, right?
You know, or consistently. For sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, I'm looking over next door because, again, Dan Higgins, Newt McClellan got off to such a great start with 530. Then shot 409. You know that's going to keep them in the top 8. You certainly would imagine that. Sure. But they don't want any hiccups at the end here.
Agreed. You know, they're kind of in a unique position, right, where they can kind of manage the third game, right,
yeah.
and just protect their stack of pins. You know, but again, they're keeping it clean. Looks like they're just trying to work through it and figure out where to find those ever so important turkeys and 4-baggers to get to 220, 230. I mean, and I think at where they're at, you know, a moderate 400 set absolutely gets it done. You know, but you got a few that are bowling uphill. I mean, you know, right now you've got let's see here. You got a team that's looking in the high 400s here if they can max out.
It's about 9 and 10.
Mm-hmm.
That's Keith Schooler. Keith Schooler and Albert Liggins. Schooler's got the front 7.
Yeah, he looks pretty comfortable. It would not surprise me if both players achieved max wood there.
There's another front 7 next door to that to the left on 7 and 8.
Oh yeah.
And well, I'm gonna imagine that this group here is maybe on 7 and 8, and I'm looking at a roster, of course, which I can't see.
Oh my God,
It is. This group is actually, so this is 7 and 8 down here. So it's Samuel King, Zachary Sparks.
Ah, okay. And Hayden Terrace. And our friend, Bowler of the Sea.
From the Bunku.
All right, looks like all right, young guy looks like he wrapped 10. That's a heck of a start to Game 3. It's a lot of wood there.
Trying to figure something out. I tell you, strangely enough, it feels like the 3 games bowled here in doubles went significantly faster than the 3 games bowled in singles.
Yes.
And there's more people bowling.
Yes. Well, you know, when you bowl doubles as opposed to singles, I think it's the accountability factor that helps pace of play, right? You don't want to let your partner down. You want to stay in it. You're up when it's time to bowl. It doesn't feel as much as social hour. It's an assignment. And I would speculate. That that has a lot to do with why doubles play does move as well as it does compared to other formats. I mean, you know, singles tournament, you may have somebody steal the bracket window. We're in Game 3, you know, so be careful of that. You never get cheated, you know, never get cheated.
Thank you, Brian, for letting us know where you're checking in from. Shout out to Wisconsin.
Nice.
Talk about great bowling states.
Oh, man, yeah.
Wisconsin is one of the best. It's actually a nice segue next Sunday. Bowlstream TV, we will be there in Wisconsin at Dale Weston's Lanes. for the Wisconsin State High School Tournament. One of the best high school events or tournaments that I have seen in person. That format's great. It makes for a very exciting Sunday with singles and team competition. And state champions will be crowned in Wisconsin again. So be on the lookout for that. And that is next Sunday. It'll be right here on Bullstream TV. Myself and ESPN Madison's Jesse Nelson will be on the call for you. And courtesy of Storm, Daria Pionk will also be a guest. She is the guest athlete for the tournament. And the guest athlete always spends some time in the booth on Sunday morning during singles.
Okay.
Or really as much as they want, actually. They can stay the whole time, which some have.
That's pretty cool. Oh, man.
So make sure you subscribe to Bullstream TV, so that way you will know what's happening across the board. You get all types of alerts, of course.
Yeah, you gotta get you some cheese curds while you're up there.
I've had some cheese curds. I've had some the real deal too.
Yes.
The squeaky. That's when I learned that you got the real deal with it. Squeaky.
Oh yes. Super good stuff. Yeah, Wisconsin's a fun place.
Jenny is watching from Minnesota. Go Dawson. He made singles yesterday, or I'm sorry, this morning. Speaking of Dawson Peterson. We go next door here because quietly here. I talked about that pair, and we had a front 7, and Schooler, fortunately, with the washout in the 8th, back on in the 9th, but then also on that pair, Colton Abbott and Jacob Horrell. And one of them can get to 279. 79 and 191 this game certainly won't be too bad. Let's see what standings you might have updated at this point. Well, almost halfway home with respect to all of our standings. And so, Ricky Carroll, Jackson Styles, well, you called it.
Yeah,
you just said that was a sneaky good duo. Let me pay attention to some of these 270s. Oof. Daniel Gross had an opportunity there to actually do just that. His partner shot 204. If he had shot 79, that would have put him at plus 83.
Yeah, that'd have been big.
And they would have been in business.
Well, just kind of looking through the standings, I see Nick Arvin. You talk about a guy who is so good. He grinds his tough ones out. He's able to just take advantage of when there's exploitable. Again, in a place where talent is very, very deep, he stands out. And I'm just as surprised as anyone that he does not get more recognition.
Sure.
Nick Arvin, very good player.
So Colton and Jacob here were 40 over after 1. All right. So they don't have a score yet for game 2. And they're going to be plus again. Looks like maybe plus 38. The question now will it be enough?
I'm kind of hoping they put something up game 2. See if they can at least get close. Maybe hold their way in. It looks like they're looking at a max of 438 here, which is still, all things considered, a pretty good score.
Rick McCormick.
Oh, he's in a bionic. That ball had 14 colors and struck high.
Ray and Gross do finish at plus 69.
It's pretty good.
Especially when it does feel like the score has dropped a little bit. Puts them at 1330. 1330 still seems a little.
Yeah. Well, it's possible. Maybe the players just saw them a bit steep, and now having to kind of catch back up off the second transition. You know, and we had a couple pairs that only had one pairing on them as opposed to two. So some of those players are now catching those pairs.
Great point.
Maybe they were just a little bit slower compared to previous pairs, right? And if the whole field sees them, the scoring pace could, you know, level out.
I wasn't sure if it was Hayden Terrace who said, "Yeah, baby." They caught Keith Schooler briefly. It wasn't intentional. But Terrace and Bonku look very much like a duo that is going to be bowling in the top 8.
Yeah.
We'll keep checking the score update. Almost updated through 2. And yeah, Terrace and Bonku actually had the lead.
There you go.
After 2 games. And now Bonku shoots 268.
That's a big game. That's a really big game. Let's see, where's Hayden at? He's like he's still finishing his 10th frame. So they got it covered there. So yeah, 481. That's gonna keep them in for sure.
1442. Unofficially for Terrace Bonku.
That's some pretty good work. And the job's far from done.
Wow.
So.
All right, back over to 11 through 14. Appreciate that info too, Brian. 2018 Darren Blumquist, Wisconsin State champion.
Oh, very nice.
Darren is bowling tonight. Bowling with Louis Pisano. Louis out of Wisconsin Whitewater. I saw Darren in person for the first time at the 11frame.com Open last summer. And had heard a couple of stories about him and his propensity to strike. And very impressed with his game.
Very solid game. He was a Mount Mercy guy, right?
Yes.
Blomquist, yeah. I feel like in the absence of the moderncollegebowling.com, I feel like there's some type of responsibility to be a repository.
Yeah, that's surely me. Yeah, I've you come to know a lot about, and remember, I should say, a lot about college bowling. As much as I'm around it.
Ken Abner, see?
Look at
I
Ken.
mentioned him on the live stream. I did. I said, Ken Abner, if you're listening, please, I'm going to give you a phone call after I'm out of the booth.
Are you here at all this weekend?
I am. Yeah.
You see tomorrow? Heading out with Kevin. We're going to go home and sleep so we can bowl at 8:30.
How many eagles you got?
What?
For the live stream, how many birds you got? You're like a bird sanctuary over there, you and Jeff.
I have 3. I need to get a 4th this year.
Yeah, we were talking about Hall of Fame specs, right?
I would be if they didn't require 4 eagles. I probably could be there. It's all right.
Ken Abner, what am I going to do with you?
I wanted to get in for my dad more than anything, and he's at a point where honestly he won't be able to realize it anymore. So
I gotcha.
it doesn't matter to me.
I hear you.
For me, it's I enjoy the competition, enjoy the people.
Yeah, I get to see this guy all the time. Good to see you, man. Hey, I'll see you tomorrow, all right? Good luck to you.
How about that? Ken Abner.
That guy, I'm telling you, that guy plays bowling well. He plays bowling well.
He's going to get some rest. He's going to bowl at 8:30 a.m.
Yeah, that's a newly retired Ken Abner. He is moving on to the next phase of life. One of the smartest guys in any room he walks into. Super neat guy. I feel like he would do really well at a show like Jeopardy.
Ooh.
Has like a very calm demeanor, can process very quickly. Some category like before and after, you know.
Vidulich and Harp, I was curious that they might have had enough to kind of sneak in. They did add 40 to their total, but I don't think
that's close, but maybe not enough.
Let's see. What did I say?
plus 40, right? I think was
440.
their
Excuse me, puts them at 1298, and it's not going to.
shoot. Yeah.
Yeah, they're probably still about 50, 60, probably off the pace.
Yeah, it looks like the pace is gonna drop pretty considerably. As we watch Chris McMillan finish his qualifying scores here.
Well, they started, I thought, decently well, too.
Yeah.
Shot 246 at Chris out the gate. I'm not sure what they shot as a group. They shot 427 out the gates, then 358. And now in the pair here. You're talking about managing. I was talking about Newton Dan and that strong start, and then you mentioned a very good term, which there are times in bowling where, you know, managing where you are in the standings, managing a pair to not get too risky when you don't have to.
Yeah.
And they have managed this pair exceptionally well.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You could argue that they've managed the last two pairs the same,
I'd say so.
because they each have one double, and it was the same situation on 9 and 10.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, got to the really big start there, a bit over 100 over the first game, and just, you know, hey, just keep it simple from there. You know, you don't need a whole lot after that. You just need enough. You know, and
Experience.
yes, and just watching the skips, I noticed that their skip followed a pair that had two players on it. So it's very possible that, you know, the breakdown was just a little slower, not as forward, not as pronounced. And instead of trying to make big risks and risk losing pins, you know, just realizing if they can stay close to the pocket, that should be enough. I mean, hats off to them for you know, figuring out in a very discreet way to stay close, if not above the number. And in bowling, you know, it's always a, if you will, a 50-50, right? I mean, you can take the chance, and if you think you can hit a home run, you kind of feel compelled to do it. And there are times where you're like, you know what, a single or a double will do here, and I just need to stay near par, near 200. I'll be able to bowl the real tournament, which starts now, right?
Indeed. It's got me thinking about what this top 8 could look like. And I'm just thinking about the pairs that we've seen.
Oh, for sure.
You know, this morning, obviously, we're talking about singles, so much different, but it was such a, you know, I guess there was one match. The lowest match was probably the 201-80 match between Zach Grove and Dawson Peterson.
Absolutely.
On 13 and 14. That was the lowest scoring match, but the others truly, you know, despite who won or lost, the scoring pace was pretty high in all these matches.
Absolutely.
I didn't think there's a pair or two now where, depending on where you go, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what happens on 9 and 10. It's been up and down.
So true. Yes, and of course, you know, seen a smattering of scores with 9 and 10 in particular, and you know, I really do think it comes down to lane play, right? You have some players who just have some unique tricks in their bag, and they can take the first, you know, 5 to 7 feet out of play. Ball stores some energy, and you know, all of a sudden the back 20 feet just opens up. You have some players who are just kind of locked into, you know, creating some steeper angles, giving a little bit of room, trying to employ the bigger surface and bigger core to create some movement laterally, you know, down lane. You know, there were moments where those looked pretty good, but overall it seemed like the advantage was really to the players who could lock down their angles in the front and stay near the pocket. Looked like that looked really, really good tonight.
Let me ask you, just for the viewers' perspective, and folks, we are awaiting the official top 8 announcement. There is at least one group finishing up, and then looks like everyone will be done about the same time. Where did you pick up your bowling knowledge? Where did you gain this? Let's describe your history, your background with the sport as a player.
Well, you know, growing up in a very remote part of the world, I'm kidding. I just read these tomatoes until I finally figured out life. So for me, it's a culmination of experience, a culmination of reading, conversations with some pretty amazing people. Admittedly, I I was blessed with some really amazing coaches early on in my career.
That helps.
Absolutely.
Plays a huge, huge role in development.
Absolutely. You know, they helped me understand certain layers of the game that I don't think I would have, at least at that age, otherwise. It definitely shortened the learning curve, you know, and you just keep building, right? You just, as a student of the sport and of the game, you realize there are different layers that pertain to each. And, you know, for a living, I watch a lot of bowling balls go down lanes. I'll tell you that. You know, I get paid to watch a lot of bowling. So you really begin to put some good, if you will, language to what you're seeing, what you're understanding, what you're learning, right? Never-ending process. And once you really have the words to correctly describe what's happening, it just enhances the experience, right? Language is really how we understand the world. Like it's how we can compress big ideas into the chewable pieces. So I take a lot of pride in being able to look around a room and know that I'm still building language. I've constructed language, right? And the process is just very cyclical because learning never stops. I consider it a joy. But yeah, I guess that is the most philosophical way that I could answer that question. Just very fortunate in a lot of really special rooms with a lot of really cool people.
You got to, or you've been in Ohio now for how long?
Oh gosh, we're pushing 4-ish years.
4-ish years, okay. From Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where were you born originally?
Florida guy.
Florida guy, okay.
Yeah.
Through and through.
Yeah, I was taught to ride a manatee at a very young age, and so I would ride the manatee to Gatorland, where we would point and laugh at Mickey the Mouse. That is what it was like in Central Florida. Boo hiss. But yeah, Florida guy through and through. Grew up mostly on the Gulf Coast. Had the distinct privilege of bowling collegiately at Vincennes, bowled for Gary Sparks.
Great person.
An oracle of bowling, an oracle. And then had the opportunity to transfer to Florida State and bowl for another oracle, if you will, Michael Fine.
Indeed.
So, you know, just...
and if you need any info about rules...
Oh, man, the
Michael
rules wizard.
Fine is your guy.
Oh, man, he knows everything. I remember I couldn't have been but maybe a grad student at this point. And someone had brought up the subject matter of fouls and bowling on incorrect lanes. And, I mean, Mike, without skipping a beat, it was like he was just in press play. You know, he is so knowledgeable. Really at every aspect of the sport of bowling. I'm eternally grateful for a chance to have bowled for those two gentlemen. They were a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I like to believe I may be partially responsible for Gary's hair loss. It was either myself or Jalen Scott Jones, and I think given the day, it was a coin toss.
Another somebody who could strike.
Oh, man,
A
Jalen.
lot.
That guy just, he wakes up in the morning and his hand inside of a bowling ball is just superb talent. Superb and unique talent at that. We had a running joke when I was at Vincent's, because, you know, Jalen's such an athlete compared to most bowlers. Played a lot of basketball at the prep and high school level. And so, you know, Jalen would go out and warm-ups, and he'd throw the ball 16-5, 17, just soft, you know, just getting it off his hand, you know, and I'm sitting there going, this one's going to be 9.5 for me. It's going to be great. I'm going to have to throw it hard in about 10 minutes to see 16-5, 17. You know, he's just immensely gifted athlete. And another one, understated, soft-spoken, knows a lot about bowling.
Mr. Scott Jones? That's what you talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know, his dad.
Oh, Marty J. Moody, as Gigi would call him.
Yeah. I didn't know, I think it took me probably a couple years ago, maybe even last year, but I did not know that Mr. Jones was the father of JD and
Jalen, yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And, you know, so his sister used to bowl at Arkansas State. She was fantastic. Still is.
Oh.
And doesn't bowl.
JD is such a generational talent. She's really good. Really stinking. Oh, so for the full record, all of the Scott Jones kids are, and I say like they're kids, but they're all, you know, in their 20s and 30s. All of them are good. We don't talk about Justin. Justin's good. Jalen, really good. JD, equally as good. Like, I mean, it's just crazy, you know. And as I like to say, the honorable Scott Jones kid, Jasmine Mason, also phenomenally good. Marty built a program in Providence that is absolutely a template for how a youth bowling program should operate. And you know, really, when it comes down to it, I would not have had the push to go to Vincennes if it weren't for Marty. Marty was the one who really encouraged me to do it, and I will be forever grateful for him kind of pushing me through the door, right? Creating that exposure and opportunity. It literally changed the course of my life. So, you know, to Marty J, I appreciate you. I love you, Moody.
Real quick, folks, we are awaiting the official announcement of the top 8 teams who are going to advance to the double shootout finals here. I'm going to refresh our standings. Again, tournamentbowl.com. Excuse me for the sniffles. That's your source.
Yeah,
okay, so some scores starting to roll in. Bryce Oliver, Tyler Ring, 1434. Andrew Allen, Kirby Allen, 1403.
Gentlemen, and score sheet from Mark Miller, Brett Schroyer, Aiden Hunt.
The score sheet announcement.
Still need your score sheet. Thank you.
Ooh, I might have to get some sinus medication for the weekend.
It's that time of year, you know.
I have to assume that Carpenter and Mossberger would be in. March Barger, I beg your pardon. 1301 for Joel and Jerry. Harris Strong, Chris Pollard, 1305. Joel Ray, Brady Adler, 1311. Vice France, Brett Shepard, 1313. So the scores that are updated, we got 8 updated scores with all 3 games. We got 2 1400s.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like that 14-1 is not holding up very well. I may have been a bit optimistic in my assessment.
What'd you say, 14?
I was calling 14-1. I was...
No. 1401 is in.
14-1 is, as they say, in there a la swimwear. It's, yeah, that's going to be a big score as it's counted. I mean, most of the remaining teams will need something north of 470, which seems to be kind of a magic number to get there.
I'm thinking, well, we know that Hayden, actually there are 3 scores at 1400.
Yes, yeah, they put 480 up the last game.
So they shot 1442 to lead.
There you go.
Unofficially.
Yeah, they're going to be clubhouse leaders, it seems.
So that's 3 scores at 1400 that we know of for sure. Carol Stiles, again, Carpenter, Moss, Barger. We know that Newt and Dan are in. They both got to, 207, 203 respectively.
Yeah, 410.
So they're at,
1349?
13. What's interesting, all of a sudden, 1349.
Looks really good.
Yeah. I mean, boy, did that change. We'll find out. You know, there were enough strings on the low end to make me believe that, you know, there might have been a 480, 490, maybe a 5-0 down on the high end.
5-0 changes a lot of things.
So we're certainly about to find out here.
Absolutely.
Burrell and Abbott were close too.
Oh yeah, they put together a half-decent run there towards the end.
I do not have your score sheets. If I don't have them in the next couple of minutes, you will get 0.
Oh.
Schroyer, Zach Grove.
Zach Grove bowled extremely well this morning.
That he did. Yeah, that he did. He threw it real good.
All right, let's refresh. All right, got a couple more in.
That's another guy. I don't know too much about him, but I have seen him in some local competition, and he does throw it really well. Really, really well.
We should have the same pairings here or lanes, I should say, with respect to the matchups and where they are going to be. We'll have able to get to 3 of the first 4 matches during the quarterfinal rounds. Both semifinals and, of course, the championship match.
Missed by like 10.
Be on 15 and 16.
And we shot 380 last game.
All right, so just took in a bit of disappointing news. It appears that Carol Stiles may have dropped out of the number.
Oh, man.
Yeah, tough to see. Those guys are both gamers, man. They every pin matters to them. So to hear that news, it's a bit discouraging. But you know what? Main event starts tomorrow. Perhaps it's an opportunity to just get their legs back under them, get some quality sleep. Cincinnati, we are known for chili. Maybe go find some chili somewhere.
What's the rule on chili here in Cincinnati? Okay, what should you have on it? What should you not have on it?
I'm sorry. Thank you. Chili law, if you will, around here. Most of the West Siders would say there are 2, potentially 3 major players, right? Major options. Of course, you have Skyline. That's more of a nationally known chain. They're even down in Florida. You have Gold Star, and then depending on where you are in the area, some people prefer a place known as Price Hill Chili. Cincinnati chili is more savory than what you may be used to at home, which is more centered around spiciness and heat. Texas is known for some pretty hot chili. But Cincy is the flavors here are very savory. Also, people love fried chicken in Cincinnati. That's a thing. Absolutely. You have Colonel Sanders, you have Colonel Sanders' grandpa, you have Colonel Sanders' nephew. Well, that's Lee Cummings. So that's Lee's fried chicken. That's a real thing. You got the family dog was out frying in the back. I mean, it's wild to me. There's so much fried chicken in Cincinnati. And it's like all open until the wee hours of the morning. It's just, you can go on DoorDash at like 11 o'clock. Everything else in the world is closed. The chili places except Skyline, they're like, we're good for the night. No. You're going to eat fried chicken. That's what you're going to have here after 11 if you are like, I got to have this delivered to me. Jersey Mike, not Ohio Mike's, It's just, got me get your bird.
Hey.
But bordering Kentucky, it does make sense.
Hey.
So, yeah, man. It's wild. They have a thing known as the London County. It's like the National Fried Chicken Festival, basically. Apparently,
is that right?
Yeah, it's apparently, or the World Chicken Festival is what it's called. But it is just this 3-day celebration to something that can shorten your lifespan. Yeah. The fried chicken's delicious, so there you have it. But yeah, it's very much a Cincinnati thing as well. Cincinnati has some really cool food culture. There's a place called the Eagle, food hall towards downtown. Very, very good. Lots of mom and pop Greek restaurants on the west side. We're very Greek around here.
I just, again, I've had limited time actually visiting the city. Mm-hmm. So I am intrigued and to make a return visit and actually, really take in certain things.
Yeah.
Truly understand what the city is about.
Absolutely. Yeah, you got to come during baseball season. We'll go to a Reds game.
I'm definitely doing that.
Yeah, the new thing here, of course, we now have an MLS franchise, and they encountered some very early success. It is electric going to an FC Cincinnati game. It's super cool. I think you'd enjoy it greatly. So definitely, we got to put something together. We'll do a summer sports trip.
Let's do that.
Absolutely. You can listen to me harp about Cincy Light for 2 days. What is this?
Folks, we're almost at the finish line, if you will. I'm already getting some items prepared for the top 8 here, but I'm going to refresh Tournament Bowl. Well, we're getting there.
Yeah,
we're getting there.
We're close.
So the 1442 is indeed the leader. 1409 from Carpenter and Mossbarger.
Pair of lefties there.
So 4 scores in that 1400.
Well, looks like Terrell and Julian are going to make it in. All things remaining the same. They could be pretty dangerous to watch as match play engages. Those guys can lock in.
Yeah, at 13:51 too. It's I think what do we say that Newt and Dan Higgins were at 13:39?
Give or take. I think it was 13:49. I think is what it was, which would put them in 7th.
They were 10 over the last game.
Yes. Yes,
so
13:49.
All right, so then yeah, they would be, as you said, 7th. It's going to bump Rick McCormick and Carlton Chambers out. Interesting too, because they weren't struggling.
No, not
right.
least.
As a group, there were some frames here or there, and you're like, oh, they might still make it.
Right. Thank you, good sir.
All right, Justin is on it. He's already got the 8 in, and boy, it is Higgy.
How about it? Wow.
They just get in there. It's like we had a tie for the last spot.
All right.
Well, we had a tie for 7th and not a tie for 8th, which is way different.
Top 8
Man, how about that?
13:49.
Slaybaugh and Runkle, no surprises there. They actually won our general doubles division at the Hoinky this year. Tyler threw the lone 800 series of the tournament.
How about that?
Yeah.
14:42.
He throws it pretty good.
Working on your lane assignment for match play.
I made a comment to her earlier, said every time you're in this building, you walk away with a cash amount that has a comment in it. Good luck to you today. May you do it again.
You got 5 minutes of practice and you're going straight into tournament play. Go ahead and get down your lanes.
Yeah, there's a few here, unfortunately left on the outside. That's okay.
Throw some of those on the screen for you. Devin, you hold down the fort.
All right.
You mind walk the viewers through the top 8. I'm going to go get the cameras ready on the other lanes.
Oh, absolutely. My pleasure. So as you see in front of you, it looks like our top 8 was rounded out by a tie for 7th and 8th. The duo of Newt McClellan, Dan Higgins, tying with Jacob Harrell and Colton Abbott. We actually had a chance to watch both going into the end of qualifying, and Harrell and Abbott were starting to heat up a little bit, so no surprises if they start to put together a run, especially as the second transitions finally hit, lane play, and the patterns are leveling out. Those guys, like they had a decent handle on it. Above them in 6th, Julian, as I was corrected, Salinas, Tyrell Ingalls, a pair of collegiate standouts. If I recall, it was at SCAD Savannah, if I remember correctly. They're at 13:51, a couple sticks ahead of the tied doubles pairings. In 5th, Tyler Slaybaugh and Al Runkle. Al Runkle, a local standout, very good left-handed player. Tyler Slaybaugh strikes on everything he sees. Those guys are at 13:73. 4th, we have Andrew Allen and Kirby Allen. Unfortunately, we didn't get an opportunity to watch those two play, but assuming at 14:03, those gentlemen bowled pretty well. Above them in 3rd, Andrew Carpenter, the champion of today's singles event, and Michael Mossberger, another local standout at 14:09. They could be a very dangerous pairing moving into match play, given their styles, preferences of play. That could look pretty good in this building. In 2nd, U.S. Amateur National Champion Bryce Oliver, bowling with Tyler Ring, another local standout there at 14:34, and leading qualifying. And again, apologies for any mishandling of the second gentleman's name, Hayden Terrace, and we'll go with Tuna Banku at 14:42. Those guys bowled amazingly well in qualifying. Very stable shot making, and just made their shots when they needed them. As you see, the cut to advance to the top 8 was 1349. Then, of course, we had a few that were left, unfortunately, on the outside of the number. But, of course, we are excited for a great match play round. We have some great players and some good bowling ahead of us. Let's take a look here to see some notables here in the field. We do see that Rick McCormick and Carlton Chambers finished just outside the number at 13:32. Second place finisher in the singles event, James Grego. Bobby Rice, 13-28, finishing in 12th. Junior Team USA member, Keegan Alexander, making the trip over from Iowa, finishing 13th with Dawson Peterson, who also bowled very, very well earlier today, 13-18. And Nick Arvin, local standout. Chad Harper, no local standouts, 13-16. Brett Shepard, man, that guy strikes a lot. He and Bryce France, a couple of Kentucky guys at 13-13. Local standout Brady Adler and Joel Ray, 13-11. They were in 16th. And as we're going down the list here, Nolan White, Evan Gens, a pair of great players there as well. Jerry Mars. Jerry Mars made the trip down. Well, he and his partner finished at 13-01, just inside the top 20. So there's a lot of the scores were rather tight as the second transition hit. As we saw, there were some players who, again, were rewarded for keeping angles a little tighter and in front of them. And there were some players who got creative and were able to maximize the lane. And were able to do some pretty creative things to bowl for a chance to get to the number, if not bowl their way in. Let's see here. Looks like there's a fair, if you will, fair smattering of left-handers and right-handers in the number. I'm trying to count as many as I can here. Mossbacher, Carpenter, it's 2. Bryce, 3. Hayden, 4. I'm unsure about Andrew Kirby. I'll admit them. Runkle and Slaybaugh, that's a pair of theirs. So, and it looks like those are the, yeah, so it's about half and half actually in terms of left-handed players and right-handed players. So the pattern did produce a, if you will, an equitable scoring pace. And lefties to righties, it looks like the pairs are pretty split down the middle. Actually, truth be told, it's also kind of split down the middle, one-handed and two-handed players, believe it or not. So I guess you could say, in a manner of speaking, the house shot did its job. It produced a distribution of scores that are one-handed, two-handed, left-handed, right-handed. No one had a distinct advantage, it seemed, during qualifying. It was all about just matching up, making your shots, and keeping your partner invested and engaged. That's always good news when we talk about scoring pace and fairness. Again, with the number being 1349, that is not a huge number by today's standards. It means both players just needed to make shots. And that's a pretty good assessment for doubles qualifying. I am very excited as it looks like our match play rounds are going to migrate to the lower end of the center. There is more league lineage in this part of the center. More players bowl their league sets here, so the track is a bit more defined as it would be towards the middle and the higher ends of the facility. So we should see some play that's a bit more rightward. Angles can be reduced a bit. I definitely can sense with 2 shots of, I believe they're doing 2 shots of practice per player going into match play.
The first match, or the first round.
7th and 8th was a tie, so we go by tie team game. So there was a switch there, so your low seed, your 8th seed would be Colton Abbott and Jacob Burrell. But that said, your number 1 seed, Harris and Unko, will go Abbott and Burrell on lanes 5 and 6. Your 4th seed, Allen and Allen, will go your 5 seed.
First round of matches, 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. So there's an official practice.
Yes.
Okay.
And then every match after that,
I see.
a couple shots on each lane.
Okay, so yeah, if you give them 5 minutes to find something, I could definitely see a couple ball changes happening on this end of the building. I would think the ball changes would go downward towards true benchmarks if they're still in bigger pieces. I could definitely see hybrids looking really good in this part of the tournament. I mean, maybe some pearls, depending on how fresh the covers are and how small the cores are. Again, Keith was in a Crown Vic Pearl, right? It looked pretty good, but again, he was keeping his angles not as steep. So a bit of ABCs there,
right?
When it comes to tournament bowling, playing them uphill. Yeah, this should be very insightful to see what match play looks like. To see some players here getting settled in front of us. Got some players walking by. Andrew Carpenter, local luminary. All right, so looks like in front of our booth here, which is roughly 11 through 14, looks like we're going to see, I don't want to be presumptuous and say McClellan Higgins, but it does appear that they will be on that pair. Okay, looks like at least Oliver and Ring are going to be on 13 and 14. Let's see here. Not a real definition for 11 12. I think they're skipping that pair. 9 and 10, Runkle Slaybaugh. Unsure who their opponent is again. Maybe Allen. I think they're doing it true top 8 style. 1 bowls 8, 2 bowls 7, so on and so forth. Yes, it's confirmed. It's true 8-member sport bracket. So 2 seed will bowl the 7 seed. Looks like that is McClellan and Higgins. They will be bowling Oliver Ring. Carpenter, Mossbarger against Ingalls and Salinas. Allen versus Slaybaugh and Runkle. Terrace and Bonku will be playing Abbott and Harrell. It looks like that'll be our 4 matchups to start our top 8 round.
Tuna bonjour.
Oh, that's always that, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's Turkish.
Interesting.
Tuna bonjour. I like it.
It's very elegant.
A lot, actually.
Yeah, it's very elegant. Matches his game, actually. Kind of, got a class about how he does it.
And also, this is why pronunciations are very important.
Yes.
Which is why this part of the job is very difficult also. Right, when you got to say people's names correctly, because you're essentially doing his name as disservice if you just pronounce it essentially as the English version of tuna. Not even close.
Yes. As far as east is from west there, yeah.
Tuna and a tuna are 2 completely different things.
Yeah.
And bonku and bonjour are also 2 different.
That's true. That is like comparing cartoon, like animation, to live television.
That's the reason he's the #1 seed. He and Hayden Terrace, for goodness gracious. So
absolutely,
he earned the opportunity to have his name pronounced properly. That's right. All right, so we've got. I just heard you run it all down. I think the only one I didn't get was 5 through. Oh, I'm sorry, 7 and 8, but I'm talking about from what I need to do.
Yeah, so here's a pairing we didn't really get to see a lot of in qualifying. Is it Kirby Allen and Andrew Allen? They'll be here in front of us on 9 and 10.
Game and your eliminator.
Who was it? I'm sorry.
Oh, Kirby Allen and Andrew Allen.
Okay.
Not to be confused with Urbana University legend Andrew Allen. The Golden Ginger, Andrew Allen. Super interesting guy. He's actually works in the sports card grading industry.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, it's a great place to be right now.
Absolutely. Guy's dream job, living in Florida. He's just living the dream.
That's a hopping industry, as many certainly understand and know.
Absolutely. Yeah, you get as fortunate to work for an organization like PSG. I mean, you've done it well, and so hats off to Andrew, man. He turned his passion into
for him.
vocation. That's pretty cool. But yeah, no, those Urbana boys, man, they used to eat our lunch and match play. Good Lord. Yeah, they kind of built themselves a bit of a murderer's row back in the day. They got some hitters. I see Bryce in the background, a little bit of conversation. Swatting away was probably right-handed carry.
He's trying to get a dub, and then he's off to Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Bowls the PTQ or the U.S. Open. Same thing actually for Tyrell and Julian Salinas.
Oh, yeah. That's all right.
They are headed there tomorrow. So 3 and 4. Well, you got to watch Al Runkle and Tyler Slaughter as well. Runkle started with 278 today. Out the gates.
Yeah, one of our local standouts, man. Al Runkle's been a very good player for a long time, man. Just true student of the game. Really gets it. Helps he throws. It probably helps he throws it really well. course, I say that he almost 7-10s by default.
It's part of the job. That's what happens when you put on a headset.
Yeah, the infamous black cloud, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Yeah, interesting choices. You're seeing players starting to migrate. The righties in particular starting to migrate across the middle of the lane, but they're not giving up access to the pocket, right? Seeing some pretty tight angles, a lot of track play, which is on par with this end of the building so far. I'm trying to catch some of the left-handed players here. I see Hayden, he's making a spare attempt. Let's take a look at Al, see what he's got here.
I mean, you talked about what you might see or what we should see, could see. And now, are you sounds like you're a little surprised based on some of the bowling balls that you are seeing currently?
A little bit of yes and no, right? I would say it seems as if players are trying to protect, in particular, the mids. I think that's a great strategy. If I were seeing this blindly, right, because a fair percentage of the players who qualified came from the high end.
That's a good point.
And so there may be a bit of skepticism.
Great point.
With what they're seeing through the mids, right? Because they're a bit more graduated down here, and they're kind of deceiving, right? Because they hook earlier, they don't hook more. So I can definitely see players just committing to their pieces and just attempting maybe to trigger a little bit more, just to make sure the ball doesn't run out the building, or DOAs going too forward off the pattern, right? Maybe a little bit of axis rotation, gets it done here, or a soft ball down, just being able to use a little bit of air and loft to mitigate it. As you heard a little bit of applause from the gallery, Mr. Slaybaugh giving Runkle the business there. It's interesting that on paper, that doubles pair should be a bit more, not dysfunctional, but they just click in a really unique way, and they just figure it out, man. They just really do. It's super cool to watch.
Got any envelopes?
All right, so the first shot over on 13 and 14 results in split city as Dan Higgins. I talked to Dan briefly, and we were talking about 9 and 10 and 13 and 14. He finishes on 13, or finished on 13 and 14. He and Newt did. They get to start there. He talked about the carry. Kickbacks, he said, on 5 and 6 were just a little bit more vibrant, so their carry was a little better. But after that, man, there was something to just having one double between both of them, or I should say one double each in the last two games. There was something to that, but they managed it pretty well, and most importantly, made spares to keep themselves alive. And ultimately tied for 7th. The tie was broken by high game. So Dan and Newt technically the 7th seed. And Colton Abbott, Jacob Harrell, technically the 8th seed. All right, so we'll take a look at 17 and 18 for a moment. While I do a little score correction on 13 and 14.
I have to turn the best thing out any brackets still, so I will stay here until otherwise noted. Thank you.
All right, looks like maybe everybody had something happen that needs some attention. Looks like everybody except 17 and 18. Well, if this looks familiar, folks, Andrew Carpenter Carpenter striking. Ingles, Salinas versus Carpenter and Mossbarger. Now back over and over on 13 and 14, bottom right of your screen there. Bryce Oliver. The strike in the second. So I think the situation here is now that we are in doubles, and the doubles port. Oh, I'm sorry. Now that we're in the bracket finals, I beg your pardon. We move to Baker, and I think all of the pairs were set up for league play and not open play. Great question, AJC, with respect to lane assignments. To my knowledge, no, but I can't tell you that for sure. So here's what I think you should do. If you go to tournamentbowl.com, that's the first place you can check to see if they do have lane assignments up. But I don't see rosters entered for the Bradley proper. I only see double shootout rosters and single shootout rosters on tournamentbowl.com. So I don't believe they are updated as of yet, at least online. We're on 9 and 10. Slow start to against single game Baker. All right, so pretty important to try to get off to a good start. Also, if you bowl second, right, you're generally going to, that's your anchor player. 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Of course, if you bowl first, you're looking at 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. And Tyler Ring has had some issues on the left lane. And of course, this is the lane. You know, in these situations in Baker, you know, being the top seed and you get lane choice, super important. All right, so Tyler's gonna have to figure something out here quickly. The lefties over there, Slayball and Runkle, pretty solid out the gates against Andrew and Kirby Allen. And then again, Jacob Horrell and Colton Abbott. That's the 8th seed. They're taking on top seed Hayden Terrace and Tuna Bonjour. Meanwhile, down on 17 and 18, I think Ingles and Salinas with the front four. Well, that was a much needed break. That thing was going about what seemed like 100,000 feet and not even considering seeing the pattern. Tyler might be in the midst of a ball change. Meanwhile, Dan Higgins and Newt McClellan here, they're going Dutch 200 pace at the moment. We talked about carry with those two and having some trouble there. Salinas wraps a 10-pin in the 5th. And the first double now for McClellan and Higgins. Let's see if Bryce Oliver can continue. Bryce, Team USA, back-to-back years. Bang. This year took home the Team USA Trials title, did Bryce Oliver. He was also second at the U.S. Amateur. 3-time first-team All-American at Pikeville. Truly one of the best young players, along with Ingles Salinas, out there right now and certainly competing. As Higgy gets some carry. This might be the shot of the match right here from Tyler. Bang. That was a much needed shot. Now it feels like a back and forth scenario. This match is, wow, almost over already. That one sliced through the heart. I don't think New was anticipating that. Well, Oliver looking for 5 in a row. Sleigh ball next door. Good match, Runkle, sleigh ball, and the Allens. Oliver 4 into the 7. Let's go down to 17 and 18. First, let's watch the McClellan spare. Taken care of. Quick look at that score down there. A little difficult to see. They changed up the the scoring. As you can see, meanwhile, Salinas handles the spare. They've got 4-bagger, 9 spare strike, 9 spare. So they're looking at 259 still out there. Ringling's a 4-pin. That was the ultimate setup situation. And Higgy cannot get the 7-pin to fall. Osbarger puts together a 5-bagger. That one looks like it's going to come down to the 10th frame. Big shot there from Salinas. Carpenter answers. McClellan, he can max at 226. Needs the first 2, grab the first one. And 8 on the fill, and that will shut out Bryce and Tyler. First Bryce though, wow. Carpenter and Mossbarger, just like that. Carpenter just got the, I believe, the second one in the 10th. Speaking of second one in the 10th, that one is to the right, out of the hands of Newt. And now all of a sudden, Oliver's got a strike to advance. There it is. Real quick here, Runkle. Uncle Slaybaugh will bowl very well. They're going to fall to the Allens. Oliver gets to 223 in ring, outlast Higgins and McClellan 216. Oh, okay. All right. I think Baker here is, oh, that's right, that's right. Our format has changed for doubles. Just like we do for match play. I'm sorry, for the Fairchild singles shootout. That's 2 out of 3. Forgot about that. Well, 2 out of 3 across the board. Let me throw up a scoreboard here. So the Allens are up 1-0. Hard to tell what's happening on 5 and 6. Carpenter, Mossbarger. They are up 1-0. And Oliver Ring up 1-0. Runkle did strike there. So this one is now kind of a strike train situation. This is now game 2. Again, that's 2 out of 3 across the board. Singles is best 2 out of 3 just for the finals. I'm gonna make this one say Moss and Carp because their last names are a little long for our scoreboard here. All right, so then I'll watch Mossbarger. What a team this is. I tell you, Salinas and Tyrell, specifically Tyrell, both of them are very good with their backup balls.
Oh yes,
I would be curious, but their look isn't the look on the right. I don't think is certainly worse or bad enough to make the jump, if you will. Yeah, but I think if this was a longer formatted type of bracket situation, they might take a look at it. Back over to Higgins.
Okay. All right. Looks like these guys are looking to make a move here. Nice pitch by Bryce there.
Oh, yeah, as you missed it, Bryce was he doubled in the 10th to effectively win the match after Newt struck on the first one and then went 3-6.
Oh, wow.
The second one with Higgins and Newt in the lead at the time. And now, between the two teams, this group and our match over on 17 and 18 just full of strikes.
Wow. So Higgins and McClellan doing a little bit of bowling for the lives here. All right. Slawbaugh doing his thing in the, it's like a combat hybrid. Wow. Oh, that's tough, yeah.
Tyrell Ingles unfortunately split in the 7th frame. Mossbarger about to be up in the 9th frame.
Runkle and Slawbaugh doing a little work here. Looks like they're at a max score of 279. Allen and Allen here at a max score of 260. Don't look too bad. Nice pitch there. Oof. That was a never so important double there.
.247 the max for Salinas and Ingles.
Oh, he liked that off his hand.
Not completely over down there yet. Go next door briefly. Oh, we got a situation. Tyler didn't like that one. Meanwhile, Higgins, he did.
Wow. All right. We could have a tie ball game here, looks like. In some ways. Yeah. Yeah, spare count here. Both players strike out, assuming the spare. It is a tie ball game here.
Carpenter trying to shut the door. And just like he has done basically all day. Higgins.
Dan's living for the pressure over here. Hey, do I run it out? Do I walk it out? Do I do anything?
Back to Salinas. They got 247 out there. Now it won't matter. First official winner.
Oh, wow.
Bang.
For the cheese, man. That's pretty good. Tell you what, man, Bryce Oliver, he has got 100% dog in him, man. I could watch him bowl all day. I feel like he listens to Goody Mob in his free time. All right, one more for Higgins here. See if he can max out. Perfect. All right. So they've got 258 on the board. Bryce needs to finish here with a double. Well, a turkey. To also produce 258. Could be our first tie all day, actually.
And if they do tie, it would be a half point. At least that's what we talked about in singles. We'll have to get confirmation if it would be indeed a half here, or if they needed to essentially have a winner immediately and go to a 9th and 10th frame roll-off. But it is the first of 2 wins.
Looks pretty good. Yeah, he knew it. That was pretty filthy. All right, here, one more here, and it's a splitter. All right, here, looks like 9 and 10. Tyler Slawbaugh is up here. Spare, and a mark here gets them to 238. Allen and Allen still with a chance to max out at 260.
Wow.
That's big. And Oliver does punch. Forces the half point there, 258. All right, here looks like they're discussing the mechanics of the tied score here.
Yeah, that's what we talked about earlier, and that was and still is indeed the case. First to 2 games or 2 wins, so it is technically 1.5 to a half in that match.
Looks like was it Oliver and Ring that had the 1.5, if I recall?
Correct. So if they win the next game, they will win the match.
I see. All right. Well, all things remain the same. Looks like we could get some pretty interesting bowling out of this pair.
All right, so the Allens have advanced. Over in our 1 versus 8 match, I don't have a count there. Our 1-8 still going on, and I'm pretty sure they're in game 2 because all the other matches were just zooming. So the situation in this one, because they tied game 2 at 258 apiece, if Oliver and Ring win this game, they will win the match, the first 2 wins. If Higgins McClellan win the match, then we would go to what effectively would be game 4 and the true tiebreaker at this point. This is just the quarterfinal round too, folks. We've got 7 and 8, 11 and 12, our semifinals coming up next. Championship will be on 15 and 16. Feels like Bryce hasn't missed in quite some time. In the 1-8 matchup, right now in this particular game, top seed is trailing. 8 seed's got 277 out there still, but I don't know their game count. Seeing a little bit more hook on that right lane. A little caveat here, if this would be added, but makes me think about NCAA bowling, to where you know, if you get to the final game, like a game 7, for example, the top seed in the match has the chance to choose, or would choose, what lane they wanted to bowl game 7 on. I'd be curious if we were to actually tie, I'm sorry, if Dan and Newt were to win this match, and Bryce and Tyler, excuse me, as the number 2 seeds, had the choice of lane, which one would they choose? I'd be interested. Dan has come alive here. Dan and Newt started with 530 in game 1 and then just had some carry trouble. Oh, come on, 5-pin. This game actually looks like both of their games as individuals in games 2 and 3. Tyler Ring has gone through a couple of bowling balls on this one pair of lanes, and a lot of it has had to do with the left lane. So top seed, well, they got a 3-bagger heading into the 10th frame. Meanwhile, Oliver doubles up. .247 is the max for Hayden Terrace and Tuna Bonjour. Meanwhile, Dan Higgins trying to keep he and Newt alive here. The 8th seed there, they can still shoot 250 plus with a double in the 10th. So curious what the match score is down there. If I can get a bonus camera after this match is complete. Oh my, what a break for Tyler Ring. That's a break he did not get when this match started on the left lane. 239 the max for Dan and Newt. 236 the max for Oliver and Ring. Big shot there in the 9th. And we come down to the 10th frame again. All right, here we go again. Oliver versus Higgins in the 10th frame. Higgins, McClellan with the lead. Higgins ball in hand. Higgins bucket. This was an excellent match. All right, it looks like Terrace and Bonjou will advance. They are shaking hands. Orel had a chance to, I think, extend that match. All right, so we're now going to 7, 8, and 11, and 12. We'll work our way down to 7 and 8 and get that ready.
Usually on Monday.
It's like 30 and...
Yeah, that's what I was saying, 30. Like Bryce, Tyrell. Yeah.
They say they're right there.
I hope he gets $100.
He's guessing around like 150. I was on the waiting list to I didn't get in, but I probably would have rolled out instead of here probably. You're taking 30 guys. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I said. I'll be at your house eating a hot dog or something, probably. Yeah, are you staying somewhere then?
What?
Are you staying? Are you gonna go somewhere?
I'm saying it.
Yeah, because him and Kenny are both going, right?
And I'll just came out to watch out.
I did do that. They heard that too. They heard that too.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, me and Evan both got this. Maybe stop the practice. Yeah.
Charge you 50 cents? No. Really? They charge I need it.
All right, folks, so we've got our semifinal matches are set. On 11 and 12, Mossbarger, Carpenter, Bryce Oliver, Tyler Ring, and then on 7 and 8, the Allen duo of Andrew and Kirby, taking on top seed Hayden Terrace and Tuna Bonjour. Wow. So quickly, front five here. Meanwhile, strike, spare, three-bagger. And this reminds me of what we watched this morning. Like James Grego just got going. He shot 300, then 268 the first couple rounds. It feels like we could see some of these double teams do something similar. That was a very fast 4 around the 7. Best 2 out of 3 across the board for doubles. Actually had our first tie in any match, both doubles and or singles, between Bryce, Tyler, Dan Higgins, and Newt McClellan. All right, we'll watch Tyler here, and then we'll take a look at 7 and 8. I talked about Carpenter being so firm, using ball speed, but keeping those angles extremely straight. He is cashed for the second time. Hayden Terrace. Boy, Tyler Ring not messing around. The left lane is not the issue on this pair. Single pins galore for the Allens. Actually, same thing for Terrace and Bonju at the moment as well. Championship match is going to be on 15 and 16.
Put it this way. I got hired on. I don't think I do a bad job. Plus, I know what it's like to be a bowler.
Mossbarger can strike out for 239. They're going to be trailing here after game 1. Well, this is going to be, if Bryce strikes here, it'll be the second 258 they've shot just in the bracket portion. And Oliver shot 258 to tie Higgins and McClellan at that particular moment. I'm unsure when Bryce doesn't strike. Like you know, and I'm going all the way back to his Pikeville days at this point. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Well, the action continues to get serious next door here.
Oh, yeah.
And see that it's 157 in the 7th frame. I appreciate your help there, Devin, with respect to the scoring monitors.
Of course.
It's not quite what we had earlier, but it's better.
Yes, I was trying to recall what it was.
I'll show you on the replay of the singles.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, we'll definitely match that for sure.
I'll put this the one with the larger font.
Okay. So I think that's like a modified version of unlimited play. Is how.
okay.
And so we'll make sure to match that tomorrow.
It could even be like a open play situation.
Could be. The themes often have a lot of versatility.
So 227, the max for Terrace and Bonju, and now Mr. Kirby Allen here with the first one in the 10th. They are set up to be in the 240s, possibly with one more here. But they are going to
I'll tell you what. Tom McGill. Hey, Todd. But I don't find myself particularly familiar with Kirby Allen, but he and Andrew have absolutely put on a solid display of bowling so far this evening. Definitely very impressed with how they've been able to perform in clutch situations all day.
I've seen Hayden. I'm going to give it the old Google here in a moment, but I swear he bowls collegiately, or at least did at one point.
Yes. I want to say he bowled in the Plains region. For some reason, Midland came to mind. Again, no certainty there, but Pikeville guy. All right. So it's more Midwest than it is Plains. That's for darn sure.
Oh, wait. So now I'm lost. He might be at Indiana Tech. All right. So currently.
Oh, they're teammates at ND Tech. The plot thickens.
According to, yes. So now we've got some more insight. Yes. So Tuna and Hayden, teammates at Indiana Tech. I knew I'd seen Hayden before.
They have a very tall bowling team. I feel it's an Indiana thing. Those guys could play a pretty mean pickup game of full court, I bet.
He started his career at Pikeville, speaking of Hayden. I went over there officially 246 to 227. So the game count there, let me update those for you. Oliver and Ring, they won the first one. They did. And now the Allens leading. All right, we'll see Tuna handle his business here. Takes care of the spare back right side to 11 and 12.
Here we go. Michael Mossbarger. He liked it. Very nice mixer strike there on lane 11. All right, Bryce following up here in lane 12. Looks pretty good. Yeah, he liked that one a lot. A little cheering section here in the crowd for him. Andrew Carpenter up in lane 11. Pretty good pitch there. Does a great job of keeping the ball in front of him. Just nice and easy. It's all tempo, rhythm.
Yeah, that's what I thought was so cool watching him this morning. And someone had in the chat, I mentioned the differences between, at the time, Carpenter and Grego.
Oh, sure,
Right?
yeah.
Of course, both doing it from the left side, but completely different.
Absolutely. All right, Tyler Ring with a shaker 7 here. A little appearance by the purple glow line there. Terrace spares on lane 8. 19 working on a spare in the first, going to the third. Looks like the Allens are ahead by a stick here, beginning of the third frame. Working on a strike. Nah, I gotta remember that. Tell you what, definitely gonna hear that name in the future. That was a fantastic. A lot of success in all of these young players' future. All right, Oliver in lane 12 here. It's pretty good here. Carpenter on lane 11. All right. Pair of solid strikes here by the players. On to Mossbarger and Ring on 11 and 12 respectively.
Devin, obviously you would have firsthand knowledge, but I did hear that the lanes, the panels themselves, are maybe a little more than a year or so with respect to installation.
Relatively new installation. I want to say the exact number is 3 years old, to be exact. But yeah, it's a fairly recent install. Always very interesting when New Brunswick panels are in. Very linear lane play, right? A lot of comfort towards the first zones on both sides. You know, of course, that can fool players into thinking steeper is better when it's, you know, just a term and condition of getting the ball started. But yeah, overall the scoring pace has not dramatically changed in the building. You're still able to get your scores as you need them. Obviously, in a field like this, you're going to find them. There's too much talent in the room and too much knowledge, but yeah, fairly recent install.
And quickly here, these players, this might be the fastest bowlers I've seen in a long time.
They are eager to produce the highest possible result. They want to get up there and they want to strike often. Yeah, very, very expedient pace of play for sure. These guys definitely want it, you know. Perhaps they want it yesterday, you know. And to their credit, they're all bowling pretty well. You can definitely see why they are the top 4 of the remaining teams.
And part of their pace too defined by the amount of strikes.
Absolutely.
That they have thrown.
Absolutely.
Oof.
All right, looks like 258 max score here for Carpenter and Mossbarger. With the non-strike here in the 9th, we're looking at a 2-0s max score for Ring and Oliver.
Right, so let's go left side. no strikes from Terrace and Bonju yet.
Yeah, looks like the Allens are finding their doubles and turkeys where they need them. Hopefully Hayden can turn the tide here with a strike here. Didn't like it. Showing a little bit of frustration.
Yeah, that's never the look we want.
Oh, for sure.
Or the expression. It's really the expression that we want.
For sure, yeah. Yeah. Allen the younger here. Oh, a little bit of grace for the landing and still packs 10 back. Boy, if there was a dark horse tonight. They have really shown up.
Yeah, the Allens qualified 4th at plus 203. One of the 4 teams, the top 4, all were 200 over or more.
Boy, isn't that wild? The remaining 4 are the seeded top 4 teams.
This is game 1. This is game 2. Actually, both are in game 2.
Strike there from Bryce Oliver.
This should be 1-1.
All right, looks like Carpenter and Carpenter and Mossbarger got to 258. That game, Bryce here with a strike will get to 206. Looks like he got 7 in the fill count. 203. Already whiffed there on the split attempt. Does not help. And with another strike here, the Allens looking pretty good. Oh, he likes it. Ooh, stone 4-pin.
That was a good shot.
Pretty good. All right. There you go, Hayden. Strike there in the 8th. Of course, looking at a max score of 198 on lane 8. Terrace and Bonju.
Bonju, yes. If I remember correctly. I was going to have him record a voice memo for me.
Oh, yeah.
And then someone had asked him to do something.
Oh, gotcha. Gotcha, yeah.
I'm a big voice memo, especially when it comes to pronunciation. So that way I can just listen to it.
Oh, that's wonderful.
From the source.
Yeah, that's a great strategy.
Practice it.
That is a great strategy. All right, it looks like it may be a case of too little, too late. Unfortunately, case of Bonju and Terrace. Looks like they're working their way to 198 here on a double.
Just got to hit some pins.
Oh, man. Bryce says,
there it
all
is.
things remain the same. It is my day.
That one is official. So the Allen duo headed to the title match. They knock off the #1 seed. 1 versus 4. 1 goes down. Great bowling, though.
Absolutely.
I look forward to seeing. Now I'm looking forward to seeing, Hayden and Tuna at sectionals and see how Indiana Tech does.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't remember which sectional they're in, but.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that'd be wonderful, wonderful display of teamwork there in shot making, undoubtedly.
All right, tie game or tie match. 1 game each. Mossbarger, Carpenter, Moss Carp for short because their names effectively don't fit within the respective space of that scoreboard. Bryce Oliver, Tyler Ring. My name is Emil Williams Jr. with Devin Stewart. He's director of Hoinke here at Western Bowl.
Oh boy, we got a little crowd support there for the Allens coming out of the semifinal match.
Don't want to assume, but that looks like father, son.
Absolutely. Tell you what, just the sense of teamwork and communication between the two has been absolutely exemplary. If you're going to bowl a doubles tournament, you got to have communication. They've done such an excellent job of just being able to read what's out there, make their shots, stay clean. They've been out of trouble all day. They've really bowled very well.
If you could bowl doubles with anybody, past, present, future, who would you choose?
Wow, that's tough. That's a really good question, by the way. You know, I've been fortunate to have some really good doubles partners in my time. I think if I had to choose from anyone, though, probably my best friend, actually, Court Missouri. I would.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, we keep it light, communicate. He's a great shot maker. Leaves it all out there on the lanes. Makes it easy to invest. And so I think if given an opportunity, which we've bowled doubles our fair share over the years, I think he's still my partner time and time and again. How about yourself? Who would you choose?
Well, I'm going to be sentimental.
Okay.
And I would choose my father.
Oh, that's awesome.
Because never had that opportunity, and unfortunately I won't have it. He passed on many years ago.
Oh, so sorry to hear.
So, but just, you know, just like, I've looked at, and again, I don't know with respect to the Allens.
For sure.
But it does feel like a father-son situation.
I feel like they're going to play a very touching rendition of Cat's Cradle on the way, wherever they're staying this evening or home.
What a break that was for Bryce.
Yeah, that could have been ugly. But, you know, it's a sign of being in the right part of the lane, especially with your angles being good through the mids. You're able to avoid those pitfalls, you know. You know, as a result, jeez, he didn't he ace that one? Man, he left no doubt.
I hear new pins as well.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it sounds like a sawmill in here. All right, Carp, what you got, buddy? Oh, that was a pretty good pitch there. Wrap 7. That's, you know, that's a weird thing. You know, when your angles are tighter, right? Sometimes you get in a position where the ball wants to enter the deck, right? And all of a sudden, you know, in Andrew's case, the 4-pin wants to leave the rack before the ball does. It's just so much energy going in the downward direction. It's so interesting. The physics of bowling, truly fascinating. Andrew on the spare attempt, looks pretty good. All right. Hasn't had to shoot a lot of those today.
He is, you know, possibly frames away from bowling for his second title of the day.
He has surely had himself a day so far. Absolutely. Tyler Rain, lane 11. He likes it. Oh, and he gets what he needs. It's a pretty big strike there.
Well, it keeps Bryce Tyler, of course, in the lead.
It looks from early impressions, maybe Bryce is throwing a DV8 Dark Side Curse. Newer release, Brands of Brunswick.
Spin from Mossbarger. And Oliver with a chance to truly set things up.
He likes it.
Great shot.
I guess I should like it too. That's pretty good.
You heard the gallery for Bryce here to be good. I like his parents are here. I thought I saw his dad.
Sounds like his dad was in the crowd. Yeah. I didn't want to crane my neck too bad. Just go looking across the crowd there. But yeah, Bryce, an Ohio guy from Cuyahoga Falls. Also home of Ace Mitchell Bowler's Mart.
Is that right?
Yes, sir. Group of 5 folks up there. Don't worry, Classic, there's love for you too. All right, ring here in the 9th. Wow, great mixer there.
Feels
right,
like the dagger.
Oh yeah, yeah, they're motivated. They want to bring this thing to a pretty quick end. All right. Oliver and Ring here in the 10th frame. Looks like a max score of 258. Oliver here in the 11, lane 11 here in the 10th. All right, first pitch here. Looks decent. Good mixer. He loves it. All right. Mossbarger. Carpenter looking to, Mosscar, as we call him. Looking at 234 here, max score. Pretty good pitch there by Michael. you know, it's tough sometimes. You get settled into a match and you get into a rhythm and you're making pretty good shots, and you know, sometimes your opponent just scores higher. You know, not for lack of effort, not for lack of ability. All 4 players, all 8 for that matter, that are still remaining in the tournament at this point, pretty good players. But sometimes, man, you just run into a buzzsaw. And they just catch fire and momentum, and sometimes that's all they wrote. All right, here, Carpenter with a 6-pin here in the 10th, looking at 213. Looks as if this match has become an official formality.
Well, for Andrew, it's going to be first this morning. Took home the single shootout. He'll be in that 3rd, 4th tie here.
It's a good day at the office.
Yeah, it's a very good day. Took home a grand. We'll have that 3rd, 4th scenario, whatever that cash spot are.
And he ran out of the car in traffic and pissed on the side of the road, like in the fences. And then turns around and shoots me. Got on the road.
That's a bad man.
And I'm driving.
Good shit, Bryce. Nice ball, buddy.
He's hitting fucking everything. I was so pissed. So pissed.
And then I played.
I was living in the Yakima area. Got to know Bryce decent deal. Bought a lot of stuff when he come home from school. Cuyahoga Falls was the neighboring town. And so he just he has a whole different level of energy and intensity to the sport. It's very refreshing. Very refreshing.
Intensity is a very good word.
Yeah, you're gonna need every bit of that going into the U.S. Open. You know, the premier event in our sport. Shot making is required. It's demanded from the first shot of the event, and you win an event like that, there is no lack of earning it for sure. So we definitely wish a lot of our competitors who will be moving on to the U.S. Open in Indianapolis the best of luck this upcoming week. A lot of them are going up to the PTQ on Sunday. So again, hey, get a chance to prove your worth and earn your way in, and we wish the best and hope that each and every one of you advance. So, as the semifinal round has concluded here at our double shootout, our finals matchup will be Kirby and Andrew Allen playing against Bryce Oliver and Tyler Ring. So pretty interesting matchup there. Looks like Bryce will be the lone lefty on this pair. So this will be the first time in match play, I believe, that he will be the lone lefty on the pair. I think he has seen left-handers both rounds. So he's been able to benefit by creating smoother shapes in all 3 modes of the lane. Definitely looks pretty good. It's buying him a little bit of real estate to the left if he misses long. But he's able to take advantage of some built-in friction by now, and has put on quite a display today. You can see over the course of the match play, actually, the 3 remaining righties have not exactly given the pocket away. There hasn't been a dramatic steepness, right? Not an extreme amount of leftness towards throwing it rightward. Not booming it, as I guess the term is what they like to use. But they've been pretty protective of the pocket, actually. Looking like they're finally transitioning into weaker bowling balls. Looks like that if I saw one of the Allens was using a Gremlin Tour X. I'm not sure what Tyler is in particular, but again, saw Bryce was at what looks to be a dark side curve, so lots of low flaring bowling balls, right? Soft differentials, just being able to make sure the ball goes forward the right way.
Let me ask you this question.
Yes.
In your opinion, okay, this pair hasn't been bowled on since qualifying.
Right.
Okay, so it's been a few minutes, probably an hour at this point.
Yeah, give or take.
In your experience, when a pair does sit, now obviously it's not fresh, so that's a different sit. Okay, but what have you experienced when and what should players expect when they come to a pair that hasn't been bowled on in a little bit?
Yeah, in this case, they, per the rotation, followed back-to-back 2-player pairs. So there will be a bit more condition, right, in play. Obviously, by virtue of not being bowled on during the match play rounds, they may appear a bit more defined than what they have seen, right? There's been quite a bit of blending over the match play rounds. So here, you know, as far as house shots are concerned, comparatively flatter. There'll be some migration for sure. Truthfully, we may actually see the end of what was the second transition phase, right? When you have twice as many bowlers crossing through the building on certain pairs, that transition phase can be a little more, if you will, distinct, right? In this case, we may be catching the end of it just due to extremely reduced lane play. And so I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, zones around 15, 20 are still in play. Maybe a little bit less full, a little more angular. So I can see the players maybe backing their hands out just a little bit. Even potentially exploring migrating a couple boards left of their feet just to make sure they catch enough of the fronts to not force angularity. Now, some players look for that, and from a personal perspective, I wouldn't on this pair. I will also tell you this. This pair has a unique distinction of sitting above slab and basement, right? So there could be a bit of difference lane to lane. It has been exposed before. It is a possibility, but just knowing the topography and the layout of the building, that could actually create some differences, enough of a difference to maybe say there's a 2-and-1 in play, one lane to the other. But again, due to reduced lane play compared to the other pairs around it, I would not perceive it being dramatically different, and just making sure that they stay observant, remain observant, and again, catching in that second transition to make sure they can get the most out of what they're looking at, what they're playing on. I mean, it's going to be really hard to beat what Bryce has got right now. He's got a pretty darn good look on the left side. You know, and that could be ultimately the difference in the match, right? Accelerated lane play in a confined situation on the right side. They all should be pretty close in terms of how they're seeing it through the fronts. You know, Bryce is kind of by himself. He's already pretty much dealt with both phases, both transitions throughout the building. So, you know, again, he may try something different here. He may actually try something cleaner. I can see that being a possibility. Cleaner, similar differentials, right? Not really getting into something that bumps off the pattern like too dynamically, but something that would give him a little bit more continuation, right? The dark sides are very smooth, very forward. But you know, if I'm him, I'm thinking full steam ahead. If I'm any player in the finals, I'm thinking there's a tournament to win. So I want to be able to see the pattern a bit more forward, do what it takes, and just be relaxed enough to make some good shots here and earn myself a chance. It's one of the coolest doubles events in the country. And so to make it this far truly is a badge of pride. All of our match play advancers, congratulations to you. You bowled very, very well today.
He is Devin Stewart. He's the director of the Hoinky Classic here at Western Bowl, and we did have a question about that.
Sure.
Yes, it is the house that they bowl the Hoinky Classic at, and the gentleman speaking, who just gave you a nice little breakdown of what to expect possibly from this pair, is the director of said tournament. So if you plan on bowling, make sure you say hello to Devin, or he'll say hello to you.
It's hard to miss me, about 6'4".
I know how you feel. I've been there.
At the local Kroger, I do get asked my fair share to get things off the top shelf.
The championship match is now underway. Tyler Ring, and I give a lot of credit to Tyler because I go back to the first match on lane 13.
Yes.
And he went light, left like 2-8, 10, 2-8 something else. And in the situation, it just could have went south quick, and he did not allow that to happen.
Patience, yeah. Just kind of waited on it, you know. Tuned what he saw, and man, he's really made some great shots throughout match play.
Also, thank you to Terriana as well. Been a fun stream. I appreciate Devin hanging out today, or tonight, I should say. Tomorrow, well, as long as he gets here, and hopefully he does. We talked about it, but my good friend Daniel Farish is going to hang out tomorrow. He normally would be bowling this tournament, but he's recovering. Still, I should say, early in the post-recovery stage of having some shoulder surgery. So he's going to hang out tomorrow. I think we'll try to have a little bit of Jerry Mars in the booth as well tomorrow. As we watch
It's a nice lineup.
5 games of A squad. And one only has to assume that they won't be striking like this tomorrow, of course, because it's the Bradley. You know what you're getting into.
I always wonder why they called it the Bradley Open. I mean, as far as hip and shoulder position, it's surely the Bradley closed, you know. Got to make sure you get those balls started. Yeah, there you go. You know I was going to throw one in there. I couldn't help it. But, man,
The
what a
Bradley closed.
Oh, man, yeah.
You are not wrong.
The uphill spectacular. Oof. Talk about smoke and heat.
I mean, they've just been able to get off to such good starts. You know, when you bowl with someone like Bryce, who is, or really anyone, right, that's lined up, right, you know their look is essentially superb.
Absolutely.
Right, as the teammate, right. And I know in my own experiences, I used to tend to you can overpress.
Oh,
right,
for sure.
Because you want to match. You don't want to let it go to waste. You don't want to let your teammates' look go to waste.
Absolutely.
But Tyler has just been, as you just said, patient. But it's the Allens who've been creeping up on people.
Oh, man, yeah, they've been ever so steady. You know, and careful to call them an underdog. They bowled well from the first shot.
Yeah, no.
You know? But I do think Dark Horse.
They went 2-0.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's to quote the great bard Jay-Z, don't call it a comeback. You know, I mean, again, they've been able to just get ahead, you know, and stay ahead and focus on just making good shots. And they've stayed out of trouble most of the day. It's been some really good bowling to watch.
Well, that was looking like maybe 2, perhaps 3.
Yeah.
And unfortunately 0 for Tyler. Let's see if the Allens can take advantage of that. We've seen this movie play out. If you watch bowling, certainly at any level, you get off to a good start, open mid-game, your opponent, in this case certainly, spare, and then all of a sudden slowly it starts going or coming, that ball reaction starts coming to the opponent. Just as yours or your teammate starts to not get dicey, right? But the carry that was there stops carrying.
Yes.
All of a sudden.
Yes, absolutely. You know, bowling is a game of millimeters, so it doesn't take much for change to happen.
On cue, right? You kind of anticipated that to happen.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. When he really likes it, you know, he gets up there, he sticks the landing a little bit, you know, made a little body English running it out, but man, he really sticks to the fundamentals when it comes to making a shot. He's very forward and through the ball. Like, the release is very, very solid. He really he gives himself a chance. And that's all you could ask for. That's part of the reason they have advanced this far. When players see opportunities and they give themselves a chance to get the best possible result, that's what you want. Pretty darn good shot there. Wrap 10, 16.
I'm going to blame that on the new pins.
I can live with that.
I'm going to blame that on the new pins.
Yeah, I can live with that.
Really good shot. Folks, if you don't mind, hit that thumbs up. We appreciate that. It might be the only live bowling going on tonight. That's probably some others in maybe around the country or out of the country.
Oh, sure.
We saw some cool, actually some cool KPBA. I don't know if it was last night. It might have been last night.
Oh, wow.
Or 2 nights ago, KPBA was on.
I love watching bowling around the world. It's just so cool to see how different cultures, different countries, different communities, how they embrace the sport we all love. You know, and just the sense of respect and honor that bowling sees, particularly in the Asian theater, right? Man, it just kind of makes you think how at times we take that for granted. It can be a bit pedestrian. Looks like Mr. Allen here. He's got a pretty good one off his hand. Wrap 10 on 16. All right, so back-to-back corner pins for the boys, but they're staying pretty close. It's very much anybody's game with frames left. Good spare there. 37 pin by Bryce Oliver. All right, converted 10 pin. That guy came to bowl today. He's wearing a Soundgarden shirt. I like to believe myself to be a bit Epicurean when it comes to musical tastes, and that's a guy that appreciates good music.
It's been a while since I've heard the group sound.
Yeah.
I can't say I've heard a song, but I have heard of the group. And I probably have heard a song and didn't know it was them.
You know, it's
Now I'm curious. I'll be bumping that on the way home. Look out, Future. Trading you in for Soundgarden.
yeah. They I don't know if you recall, there's a member of the group named Chris Cornell, and was a pretty amazing musician in his own right, an artist. Passed away a few years ago, and so that's the chief reason in their current form why they are no longer, if you will. I don't think they're touring anymore. I thought they did find a replacement, but I'm not sure. But yeah, Chris Cornell definitely goes down in musical lore. It's one of the best to have ever done it.
Well, Devin, we got some interesting here.
All right, we got a situation.
And Bryce can step up through all three in the 10th for 217.
Mm-hmm.
But the Allens can still shoot 226 and win this game.
This is spicy. Yes. You know, a lot of it is staying out of trouble. Man, did he throw that one well. All right. So we're looking at 197 plus emerging count here.
The problem, of course, as you can see and you watch, folks, is that the Allens, one strike and 6 9-count spares. Most importantly, keyword there, spares. And now,
wow, rolls the 4-pin. Oh man, shocked the world.
Needed that.
Man, talk about some theatrics here to liven up the conclusion of the game.
Yeah, and obviously needed. And so I think they've been working their way through it, right? Each frame, each shot, talking amongst each other. They're communicating well. You know Bryce is going to be there. And now the job's certainly not easy.
For sure.
But this is a must strike here. Must strike from Andrew Allen.
All right, a little imbalanced there, but it looks like he lights off his hand, and he gets 10 pins down. It's a big double.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if he made a ball change. I feel like he was just picking up his bowling ball early and kind of getting prepared as he was having a conversation with Mr. Allen.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. All right, Bryce with the spare conversion here gets to 207.
Must strike here.
Kirby can get halfway to the cheese here with 10 pins knocked down.
Gotta have it. Strike here, they win game one, and boy, right now game one seems very important. If you get off to that dub.
Oh, one timer here. Wow,
and
how about
there
that?
it is. And there it is. You talking about patient.
Wow.
That was impressive.
Wow.
9 spare, 9 spare, 9 spare strike. 9 spare, 9 spare, 9 spare triple.
Wow. Never got overworked, never got overheated. The car just kept rolling, and when the opportunity presented itself, they made 3 very good shots.
And took advantage of the breaks.
Man. But that's the gift of competitive bowling right there. You know, you just wait for your opportunities. You just keep making shots at a high level. And when the opportunities come to you, you just make magic. That's, you know, we were having a conversation earlier in the day talking about how magical bowling is. That's it right there. There's a surefire method to the madness. You can go ahead and make that a 4-bagger for Team Allen. Looking at a max score of 226 here.
A good look at the pins right there, too. These new pins. There's a gentleman by the name of Rep who watches a lot of bowling. He used to be a mechanic back in the day.
Okay.
And he watches a lot of bowling online. And he can tell by sound whether they're not only whether they're new or not, but also like type.
Wow.
Yeah, he's got that type of ear.
That is amazing. You know, I'm a bit dumb in that regard, and I determine new or old pins by the 3 extra corner pins I leave on league night and my propensity to run the 4-pin over.
Well, that's why I do think, you know, I think you could attribute a couple of those wrap tins to the new pins, honestly.
Give a couple back to
Not
the
all,
house.
not all. Probably about 1 or 2 of them that game for sure for the Allens.
Oh, absolutely.
No doubt.
Absolutely. Yeah, they, you know, they showed that they are a force to be reckoned with there. Clean 225. Kind of silenced the gallery a bit there. And now the boys realize they got some work to do. Game on.
Oof.
All right, we got a little quick on there, a little leftward.
I'm always intrigued by those who are scheduled to bowl tomorrow, how long they stay to watch the doubles in the night before the Bradley actually begins.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And I don't know how many people are actually bowling at 8:30. Probably not that many at this point. Hopefully those who are still here are bowling at
You got a third one?
12:30.
All right, back a ball attempt here. Got 2 of 3. All right, first real, if you will, break in the armor we've seen from Team Allen so far. And we'll just chalk that up to a little bit of adrenaline and making a guesstimation on the left lane. Typically in the building, it starts as a 2-1 difference between the two. So hopefully Team Allen can kind of get to an active reading of the pair. All right, Kirby Allen here. All right, mixer strike here. All right, Tyler Ring here on lane 16, wrap 10. All right, Andrew Allen here to make his second attempt here in the 3rd frame, working up a strike from Kirby. Again, this is the championship match of the double shootout.
And with that, we bring in the tournament director, Jason Hunchwall. And Jason, when you joined me for the championship match this morning, or this afternoon,
Yeah.
there were a few more strikes on the board. We've had very similar strike, and you've been watching it, obviously, writing checks and all the things that you do and getting money together. But man, the Allen duo, yeah, I feel like they went 200 over, 4th seed. But what they just did with respect to spare shooting, and maybe it's just the right lane, who knows? We'll find out actually in a moment. But what have you seen from all of these teams here tonight?
It's been pretty interesting. I mean, we've had a couple of repeats from the singles as well.
Absolutely.
Andrew Carpenter's had a good day.
Yeah,
you know, wins
probably wrote
singles.
his name a lot.
Yeah, gets it into the semis. Who else was on there?
This is now the last hour. We will be closing in 1 hour.
Last hour.
Last hour.
Get that bowling in just like Mr. Allen.
That's right.
Now I'm locked in on the Soundgarden t-shirt. Since you brought it up, since you mentioned it.
He just needed a touch of butter for that sweet roll. We'll take it. We'll take it. Tyler Ring here in the 5th frame, bowling on lane 16. All right, get a little bit of room here. All right, ball saw it.
Yeah, I feel like when his miss has been left.
Yes.
And when it's been a little left, it's when he's been in the 2-8 zone or the Swisher zone. But a lot of those misses have carried. That one was just dead flush.
That was a great pitch. Great pitch.
The Allen duo started with a win over Tyler Slawball and Al Runkle.
Runkle, yeah.
That was the 4-5 matchup. And then, of course, knocking off the top seed, Hayden Terrace. and Mr. Bonshu. Out of Indiana Tech. For Bryce and Tyler.
All right.
They started out with a very good match with Dan Higgins and Newt McClellan on 13 and 14. And actually had our only tie. We tied a game.
And with a 258.
258, that's right. I mean, Dan struck out first, and then Bryce followed in the 10th frame. And then, of course, the Carpenter Mossbarger, excuse me.
Yeah.
Seven. That's what time we'll be here tomorrow.
At least me.
Devin, what time are you here? Or are you here tomorrow?
Yes. Also here, 7 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's a date.
I'll physically be here. I don't know if I'll mentally catch up until about 10.
That's fair.
Fair enough.
Emil Williams Jr., Devin Stewart, Jason Utchwall here with you as we get set to close out day one of our wonderful Bradley Open weekend and officially kicking it off. Great matches all day long, both singles and doubles. Good carry there. Take a look at the left side.
It's been a pretty good day. You know, I think I would have wished for more doubles, you know, but quality of the field is always great no matter what the turnout is. But you know, I think with a little bit of extra planning next year for me, Dave and Devin, and some extra advertising, I think we could probably get that back over 80, 90 teams.
I agree.
Yeah, especially, you know, not bowling on the Bradley pattern makes a difference. And so, obviously, this tournament is not new, but it is new to this location. It is new to the community.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I was talking to a lot of guys out there, and unfortunately, we had a couple conflicts. You know, you can't, and I don't expect the PBA to make a change to their schedule. Although some of the comments back from some guys who'd all obviously leave unnamed were, you would think that some iconic tournaments like this and many others that roll out across the nation that help put the names on the map to go out and bowl in the PBA and stimulate the PBA, they may have a little bit of consideration at times to turn around and see what helps get some of those guys there. So, you know, not critiquing, not I would never ever expect any of these guys to pick bowling the Bradley over a PTQ or something like that. But maybe if all of us communicate a little bit better, it probably goes a long way to helping everybody.
Good spare here from Allen, and Tyler Ring went through the nose. If he makes the spare, they'd be looking at 216 max. Speaking of Bryce and Tyler, right now there's 208 left on the board for the Allens.
Moments like this, you find out what you're made of.
That goes without saying. We don't need to tell you how important the situation here is in the ninth. That is online. And he chops it.
That hurts a little.
So now 203 is the max. And Andrew Allen back in the familiar spot, needing to strike again in the ninth frame, just like he did one game ago.
Yeah.
Trust your gut here. Go with what you know. Just make a good shot. Put one out there. You know. All right, Andrew with the pitch here. 7 count, 2 4 5s on lane 15. Looks like he was trying to make a approximation off the last shot there, but which I thought he threw okay. But maybe the moment just forced a little extra juice off the hands. You know.
Still has a good chance here though, because Bryce has not had the best of luck carrying on that line.
No, 16's been a bit stingy to him for sure.
That's a good first pitch.
Looks like he made a ball change.
Not when he needs it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great shot.
Well, at least needs this next one though as well. That next one will turn around and lock that game up, and
Big
otherwise
three
they
here.
could.
All right, good conversion. Forces the second one.
If Bryce does not strike here, Kirby Allen will have a chance to step up and win the match and the title.
Yes. All right, so we got here from Bryce.
Bang.
That was absolutely aced.
Great shot.
He could have knocked 20 with that one.
He's got that knack, man.
Absolutely.
That's what you need to be great.
That's what you call a DAWG. He's got nothing short of dog in him.
We got a lively open play situation.
Oh, yeah. This is
It's live down on the high end.
man. If they only knew, right? Vice versa. If they only knew. All right. If I'm Kirby Allen here, I'm thinking I'm out of wood here this game. I know I'm going to bowl game 3 no matter what. I'm going to try to see if I can find a look that, you know, maybe doesn't create any harm. Looks like he went for the combo there. That's okay. Looking at 2-0-3 for Oliver and Ring. The Allens 1-7-0. There is a game 3.
We went from having 0 game 3s, I feel like, this morning. I'm probably dead wrong on that. I just don't remember. During singles, it didn't feel like we went to very many game 3s. Maybe we did once or twice. It just doesn't seem like we did. Actually, you know what? We did because that's right. That's actually what got me at the start of doubles. I forgot that doubles is best 2 out of 3 all the way through.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the singles is just the final.
Right. The Bradley's already starting to catch up with we haven't started it yet, technically.
You know, so I'm going to propose something a bit bold here. Maybe it's a hot take. I'm going to operate under the assumption that both teams feel that 16 is the better of the 2 lanes. It looks as if it's a bit more favorable on the right side. It was a little slower to see the transition. It wasn't as angular. It was a bit more favorable if you missed right. And based on the scoring pace, it does suggest that 16 is the better of the 2 at the moment.
Hey, well, we've seen 2-0 and 220 on the right lane from each team. One from each team, I should say, in a winning situation.
I don't think the stats favor Bryce Oliver tapping as many pins as he did the last game.
That is a very valid point.
He's like always the X factor. Even when he's the dominant player, he's still the X factor.
Oh, absolutely.
All goes to the pins. So let's see if we can get it here. To the pins.
Jeez.
I mean, just nothing there.
Yeah. That's bulldozing those all the way over.
The reigning Team USA Trials champion.
Yep.
That happened, almost 2 months ago.
Yeah.
January. It was at back at Gold Coast in Las Vegas. Finished second in the U.S. Amateur. I will say this, and I watched Bryce bowl a lot collegiately, and I've seen him, throw doubles, all 3 in the 10th, Pikeville to win matches at nationals, those kinds of things. But watching him as Tyler gets some carry, watching him basically make the team on the final day by having the day of the tournament.
Yes.
Last year, not this year, last year.
Yeah, that was a filthy performance.
Was probably the best bowling I've seen anybody do in a long time, especially under the circumstances.
Absolutely. He handles pressure exceptionally well and just understands how to process the moment without losing his sense of self. He's one of those guys you always want, with the game of the balance in the 10th frame, to make the shots. You want him to have the chance.
To the Allens, who, again, the last time they were on the right lane, I believe it was like 9 counts, 9 spares.
Oh, a world of them.
And they've already got now 2 and maybe 3 here. So the right lane, although as you just talked about with the higher scores, individually for the Allens, man, it's been 9 spares city.
That it has.
Well, this is the Queen City, correct?
It is the Queen City.
9 spare city on lane 16 for the Allens.
As I like to call it, Chili Town, USA. Cincinnati has not taken hold as well as I hoped. Tyler here for the four-bagger. Oh, these guys are putting it together. They are undoing that narrative of the left lane being the tough lane.
I will say, I said shortly ago that it is going to be statistically odd that Bryce does not start carrying.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's kind of like the anomaly to right.
Yeah.
What you know,
sure.
it's bowling, so it goes back and forth.
Absolutely.
He's just in the rhythm now.
Oh, he's giving it the spin.
But Devin mentioned what looked to be a ball change, and
yeah, based on what I can tell, that may be a Viking.
Dead right.
A little Viking.
Whatever you saw before, it looked like it had more of a solid red to it.
For sure. All right, he's going to take some time here, reset, get his bearings back under him here, see if he can start something fresh here, finish the game on a strong note, maybe give these guys a chance to think about it. It's far from over.
247 still out there.
All right, mixer strike here, gets things started.
I mean, those guys had a great match with Tyler. I'm sorry.
With
Hayden Terrace and Tuna Bonshu.
Great match. Tyler Ring with delivery. Oh, a little trip 4-9 action there.
That felt very daggerish right there.
Absolutely. What a statement.
Appreciate those who have hung on tonight. We will be done prior to midnight Eastern time.
Oh boy. Well, looks like here with another strike here, it's becoming a formality.
I think that might be a theorem he's got.
Oh, maybe it's track there. Wow. 8 count plus 2 there for Mr. Oliver.
Well, I thought the Bryce a little bit right after singles, and he told me he was here. He was just bowling on his way to the PTQ tomorrow.
Yep.
Same thing with Tyrell and Julian. Stopped in and get a couple of balls thrown, a couple of dollars earned.
Absolutely.
And they'll be on their way to try to advance to the main field of the U.S. Open. But, you know, most events at this caliber tend to have side events or something that opens up the tournament.
Yeah.
And so, you know, thanks to you, Jason, for having these events. Hey, a short day, short time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, hats off to Kirby and Andrew Allen for spectacular bowling today. I know the ending did not go as planned or as hoped. And they bowled fantastic today.
It's a great run.
Absolutely. Oh, we're throwing the big wheel now. And trip 6. As the social bowling anecdote suggests, whatever you need. Whatever you need.
Good bowling, as you said. Great bowl from the Allens. And they knocked off the top seed.
Absolutely.
Again, prior to this match.
Absolutely. No reason to hang one's head.
Oh,
surprise bowling here.
Kirby, give it to us.
Oh man, Kirby giving us a 9 count there.
Soundgarden would be proud.
Oh.
Is that a backup?
It was.
His version of it?
I'll tell you what, I have a feeling we're going to see the names Kirby and Andrew Allen much more frequently in the future.
You guys know anything about that?
Completely new to me.
Okay.
But I sure enjoyed watching
I'm
them.
going to go hand out some trophies.
All right. Tournament director Jason Nutzwall, his time has come. Photos, trophies, dollars, cream. Get the money. Dollar bill, y'all.
Dollar bill, y'all. Whenever you're ready.
All right, once the final frame has gone, 10th frame ready. I'll formally thank Devin Stewart as well. He is going to help with that presentation. He will be the photographer. Appreciate Devin, again, the director of the Hoinky Classic. So if you are bowling this tournament, and maybe you hadn't bowled it in a while, like me, and you me being here this week says, oh man, I haven't bowled this tournament in many years. Maybe I'll bowl and find a group to go bowl with. Oh, Kirby almost got it done in between the legs. All right, but your double shootout champs, Bryce Oliver, Tyler Ring, well done. Two games to one. Come from behind and win the last two games. Again, congrats to the Allens. They will finish as the runner-up here tonight. There it is. Champs on the left, runners up on the right.
So does his cousin. They have the same smile.
All right, congratulations again to Bryce Oliver and Tyler Ring. They win the double shootout, and they take home $2,000 for their first place win. The top 8 teams all cashed and were guaranteed the cash, again, advancing to the top 8. So congratulations to all who made some money, certainly in the top 8, and those, of course, who took home some bucks in jackpots, brackets, and all of the above. So with that said, again, tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. I'm going to double check it once more and again before I go off the air. All right, let's see. Yeah, 8:30 a.m. and then 12:30 p.m. Those are the first two squads, the Bradley, the first two official squads. And there's a re-entry or Desperado after that. And then later tomorrow night, the Advancers round, Cashers round Sunday morning, and of course the finals Sunday afternoon. With that said, I want to thank Devin Stewart for hanging out for majority of the double shootout tonight in the booth. We appreciate him. Thanks to Jason Nutzwall for running the tournament. Shout out to Jason Peach as well for all of his hard work. Phil, Deanna, and everybody involved here with the tournament staff. The great crew here at the venue, Western Bowl Strike and Spare, right here in Cincinnati, Ohio. in the home of the historic Hoinky Classic. Same tournament now, of course, that Devin does indeed run. With all of that said, we say so long for now. Congrats again, Bryce, Tyler. This has been a presentation of the Double Shootout as part of the Bradley Open weekend. We will see you tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Until then, you guys be safe, be well. We will see you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest, and we will see you soon. Again, this has been a presentation of the Double Shootout. You watched it live and only on Bowl Stream TV. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit the thumbs up as well. We will see you tomorrow, folks. My name is Emil Williams Jr. for Jason Utchwall and Devin Stewart. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.